Do we need another arrangement of Amazing Grace? Sure, why not? This is a very accessible level 2 arrangement with minimal bell changes because I think there's always room for one more arrangement because the message of this hymn we need to hear now and always. Amazing Grace for 3 to 5 octaves, level 2. We all need some joy in our lives during this time of COVID-19. Next is a fun and joyful original piece entitled A Joyful Rondo for 2 to 3 octaves of handbells. There's also a compatible 4 to 6 octave version. So it'd be great for mass ringing or just for your choir. Here's A Joyful Rondo, 2 to 3 octaves, level 2.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sharon Williams, and I'm the LA Metro Regional Coordinator and also the registrar for this event. And I am joined today by our fabulous clinician, Alex. Um, so I'll let Alex say a few opening words, and then I'll get into some of the logistics. So Alex, take it away.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I'm just so excited to do this. This is a first for me, and as for many of you, I'm sure as well. But we're excited to be able to present something really special today. I I want to just congratulate you for being part of this and for jumping in and being brave. It's going to be really fun. Thank you.
Cool. Yes, it's all new to some of us, and but it's been great working with the committee and things like that. So a couple of logistical things here. If you have if your video and sound get out of sync, I would suggest you go up and you push the little refresh button. Um, if you have any technical difficulties and refresh doesn't solve it, you can send an email to registrar.area12@handbellmusicians.org with your phone number, and we'll get you some help. We have a committee member, Michelle Sherrick, constantly monitoring that email address. So she'll get you some help and we'll get you going on that. Remember, if you have a question, you just type it into the chat and we'll discuss it during the panel discussion. If it has not been answered in the chat, or if we think it needs more discussion. You'll also see in the chat we have two committee members adding in information, and that is Linda Krantz and Barb Walsh. So when you see their names, they may be telling you good info that you need to take a look at. Below the video, in the description section here, are some handy links, including a link for donations, a link to the recording section of the event web pages, and the Christmas Handbells game. During breaks and up to midnight tonight, you're encouraged to answer our Christmas Handbell trivia game. Prizes are at stake. And when I showed the prizes to the committee, they sort of went, ooh, ah, and want one. So the day will basically have some 30-minute rehearsal videos. Then we'll have a panel discussion where we'll answer questions, and we have ringer representatives, Carol Pickford and Andrew Schur. We will alternate between the First Noel and the Carol of the Bells. And I really encourage you, if you hadn't planned on recording Carol of the Bells, that you go ahead and you listen and you participate in the rehearsal videos, because Alex does a wonderful job of taking us from slow and getting it up to tempo and working through the logistics that we have on that. So I know you can do it. After the panel discussions, you'll get a break, typically 5 minutes plus or minus. Then towards the end of the day, we will go over how to record and some of those logistics, and then we will also get to run, I'll call it our performance track of the pieces, as well as work with the click tracks, because that's something a little bit new. And relative to that, this workshop ends at 1 o'clock, but at 3 o'clock, we're going to open up a Zoom session where you can ask all the questions you want about the music or about how to record, and we will get those answered for you, because we want this to be a success for you. I would strongly suggest you have a pencil handy, because Alex gives you some great hints or tips on what he would like. So we're going to get started. But first up, just like we should at every rehearsal, but some of us don't, we need to stretch, because we're going to be ringing a lot today. So Heather Giebert is going to lead us in some stretching, and then we're going to go right into the first rehearsal of the First Noel. So have your bells ready, your music turned to the First Noel, and let's kick off Christmas Handbells.
Thank you for that introduction, Sharon. Now let's do some warm-up stretches to get us ready for our day. So we're going to start with some deep breaths in and out while doing some shoulder lifts. So inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale. Now we're going to roll our shoulders a little bit, make some slow circles. and rotate. It's that in our arms. Some slow circles with our arms. And reverse. All right, now shake it out. Next, we're going to fold our hands together like we're praying, pressing those palms together. Get a nice stretch in our wrists. Then we're going to put our hands out in front of us and we're going to bend our palms down and up. Again for the wrists. Now we're going to just slowly rotate our palms down and up, leading with the thumbs. Gotta have our wrists ready to go. This is bells after all. Shake it out. Okay, next we're going to take one hand, cross it over the other hand, and pull towards you just gently. You'll start to feel a little stretch up in your shoulder area. Hold this for a couple seconds. Then we switch arms. Next, we're going to put our arms out and spreading our fingers wide with our jazz hands because we're excited to be here. We're just going to bring them to the middle, making sure to extend those fingers as wide as we can. In and out. Shake it out. Now we're going to put our hands out like we're giving a gift to someone, and then keeping our elbows tucked close to our body, we're going to open up. So outwards, and then to the middle, and out. This one you should feel in your shoulder blades. All right, now we're going to do a triangle with our hands above our heads. We're going to bring our hands apart and to the sides. Again, stretching those shoulder blades. And shake it out. So now that we're a bit warmed up, it's time to conclude. And what do we do in Handbells? We acknowledge our audience, and bow. And again, acknowledge, and bow. One more time, acknowledge, and bow. Now that we're all warmed up, thank you for joining me. We're going to jump straight into our first rehearsal session, so if you haven't gotten your bells out already, now's the time, and I'll see you there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Heather. Always great to be stretched out and ready to ring here. Let's just jump right into it. So at home, please get the bells that you need ready, and we'll start the first Noel. 1 and 2 and 3. nice. Now let's stop there. So I'll refer back to the director's notes that I have sent out to everybody that's participating in this event, and we will think about this. First, how are we going to make this music sound really nice and emotional and lovely instead of just playing notes? And the way we're going to do that is by looking at Dr. Benke's tempo marking right at measure 1. It says gently rocking. So as I mentioned in the director's notes, there's a feel of rocking back and forth between each measure. Try this for me, please, and play measure 9. We'll start right at measure 9 on the downbeat. As you do that on measure 9, you just feel like measure 9 is forward a little bit, and then measure 10 is a little less and back. You don't have to like rock too far back and forth, but just give yourself a little bit of that. All the odd numbered measures are going to feel a little bit louder because of that. Let's try it measure 9. Ready, try. 10, 11, 12. Yes, that is so good. So what is the first Noel about? It's about the shepherds, really. However, this arrangement by Dr. Benke has more of a rocking feel, like he marks here. And to me, it feels kind of like a lullaby, like Mary rocking Jesus. And what we can do with that feel, it's a metaphor, what we're doing in the music, right, for the lullaby. And it's really nice when you bring that out like that. Da, 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 da. It really makes those phrases sound very nice. So with that in mind, let's move on and think about that as we get to the next page. We're going to start at measure 25. 25. And just so you know, the tempo is a little under the marked tempo right now, and that's fine. We're going to start here. We'll get up to the marked tempo later. Here's 25. 1 and 2, 3. Then you lean in. Da, da, da. Yes. And then we lean in, and then a little less, then a little more, then less. Good, very good, very good. Okay, now let's stop there for a second. So, those of you playing along with us at home, I hope this rehearsal is helpful to you to be hearing these bells, because the rehearsal group is doing a great job right now of feeling those measures. Like I mentioned on the director's notes also, in measure 49, that's where the pattern changes a little. We get an extra bar, then we have to lean into 50, and now we have to be leaning into the even numbered measures, right? Until the end of the piece, basically. Well, let's try starting at 41. I'd love to hear this one more time. We'll get used to this, and every time you play these notes, make sure you just don't play them all the same volume. We need to lean in to the downbeat of every other measure, starting at 41. Let's try it. 1 and 2 and 3. Okay, good. So here's what I'd really like in this section in 41. It may sound a little counterintuitive, but I want you to keep this rocking motion going so that 42 is a little less than 41. So it's da 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 da. You might feel like you want to push into 42, but let's not do that, and let's keep this rocking motion going. We push into 43, we push into 45, and 47. Okay, let's really go for that, especially if you have treble bells. You can really do that. Here's 41. 1 and 2, 3. 1 and a little less, and a little more, and a little less. Now we push ahead again into 50. Here we go, pushing ahead. Ready to push ahead? Da, dun, dun. Good. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Nice. And I know that those of you playing along at home did a nice job watching me at measure 67, right, for the retard there. And especially at 68, if we can all land really together on that last chord, it's the icing on the cake there. That's so nice. Did you notice, by the way, at the end at 62, we're still feeling that 62 and then 63 less, and then 64 more and 65 less, and it totally works through the end of the piece. Let's start right there at 62. And remember the rocking motion. Here's 62. 1 and 2, 3. Very nice. Yes, it's good. So just 62 feels like a great moment in the piece because we finally resolved that melody. And now is the final time that we get to hear these C chords. We're in the key of C. We get a nice C chord at 62. And just as a music theory buff, I'll go on a slight tangent here and say I love the way this arrangement works because now on those strong beats, we're on C. So it feels like home. It feels like we've arrived here. All the other times in the piece, when we've been rocking, on those strong beats are actually not on C, on the tonic pitch. And so Dr. Benke does a great job in this arrangement of making us wait till the end to really feel that sort of resolution there. So I think we should try now running the entire piece at this tempo. We haven't yet talked about subdividing to make ourselves feel a little more accurate, but I want you to sort of put it in the back of your mind that if you can count 1 and 2 and 3 and all internally, all mentally, right? That really helps us here. There's only a couple parts in this piece where we have to watch me to do a retard, but then everything else is supposed to be pretty even. That'll help us stay even. So focus on the rocking this time, and if you want to give yourself another challenge, try subdividing the eighth notes 1 and 2 and 3 and through the whole thing if you can. Let's try running the whole thing. This time you're going to watch me instead of me counting. Then we lean in here. Da, da, da. Yeah, we lean into that. Bum, bum, bum. ready. Big moment here. Very nice. Nice run through, everybody. Good work. So we'll spend another 6 or 7 minutes on this piece, I think, depending on, oh, maybe a little tiny bit more, and work on a couple little details because we're doing really nice. I think a 68, you should make sure that you make a nice circle with the bell. Please sort of resist the urge to just play and then just wait, because the tone will sound better even on a recording, especially on a recording, really, if it's moved through a nice circle. Let's try it 68, and I will model that for you as well. 68, just the last bar. Yeah, and then we move through like that, right? Good. Now I'll do it again without me doing this, but you'll get the idea by watching. 68. Yep, I'm just going to do it with this hand anyway, so you'll be able to see that. Very nice. Now, let's go back to page 6 and take a look at measure 53. Now, there's a moment where we're supposed to be decrescendoing. Normally, we would lean into 54, but that's an exception there. It's a nice little break from the pattern. So let's start, please, at measure 50. Would like the bass ringers at 50 through 53 to do a lot of these little leaning into, like, we just basically everything we've already been talking about, and don't let all these notes sound the same volume. So we can really lean into 50 and lean into 52 in the bass especially. Okay, here's 50. Why don't we try starting on the pickup? I think we're ready for that. We're going to do pickups whenever they're marked, and I'll let you know. Here's 50, pick up to 50. 1 and 2. Now bass louder, dun dun dun. Now bass less, still less. Good, thank you. Measure 44, I'm jumping around a little here. Measure 44, should we be leaning into 45 or should we be coming off there? You wanna, my rehearsal room can yell it out if you want. Yeah, leaning into 45. That's where we are in our pattern there. And so a crescendo in 44 is very appropriate. That's a moment that needs a crescendo, in my opinion. It's not marked, but you'll feel it if you're feeling this pattern, and if you want to mark it, I marked it. I think it's helpful. Try starting right at 44, please. We'll do a crescendo right into 45. 1 and 2 and 3. Good, now less. Now a little more, a little less, then we wait. Here we go. Dun, dun, dun. Now bass crescendo. Now a little less. Here comes a crescendo. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, big crescendo here. Very nice. Nice, nice, nice. Now in measure 67. Just so you know, I'm on that beat 3 of 67. We kind of wait, and we wait a little bit for me to give you 68. So I won't rush into 68. You can take your time in 67 and then prep with me for 68. So let's practice 67 again. The rehearsal room here is doing a great job of that, and so we can listen to them, but we're practicing making sure we don't rush into 68. Here's 67. Ready, try. 1 and 2. Yes, and that's how I'll do it. On beat 3, I will kind of wait a little bit and then make sure I give you enough time to prep for 68. Okay, this is very good. I'm excited to hear what this will sound like when the whole thing is together. But let's go back, please. We're going to look at measure 33. Okay, so in the bass, you are the sort of solid rock in the foundation of this section here. This happens a lot with bass people, and in orchestra, or it doesn't have to be just handbells, but bass people can feel annoyed if they get less to do and less melody, and sometimes they just play on the downbeat, and they get sad for that. But I have to tell you, the bass is very important, especially in things like this. In 33, for instance, we got to do everything we can to make sure these notes are not all the same volume. In the bass, we can do that too. So let's start at 33, remembering that 33 is a little more, 34 is a little less, 35 is more, etc. Here's 33. Let's hear that from the bass really solidly this time. 33, 1 and 2 and 3. Now let's... Now a little more. Same thing, keep going. Now a little less. Now a little more. A little more. Good. And then we are at 48, we're a little less. And this just gives this whole piece this lovely sort of feel to it, above a back and forth, and almost like an ebb and flow of waves at the beach or something like that. It's so delightful to listen to that rather than everything being the same volume. So that's why I spend a lot of time on this first run through of this, to make sure we're doing those dynamics. The stuff that's not marked, but the stuff that makes this thing sound really nice. Okay, you guys. Now let's go back to measure 1. I think we have time to run this whole thing, but before we do, we're just going to spend a little bit of time on measures 1 through 8. I would like the people in the treble who have the quarter notes, that stems up treble people, I would like those people to phrase these little mini melodies. It goes 1 and ta-dum, 2 and ta-dum. It'd be really nice if the first note of those is a little bit louder than the second. It's very pleasing to hear it that way. Okay, let's try measure 1. With that in mind, here we go. Very nice. So I heard the people in the rehearsal room here do a great job of that. So at home, if you are part of those, if you have those notes at all, this is a great time to try and practice those strong, weak, bum, bum, strong, weak, sounding like that. Then once we get into measure 9, it's the melody that we all know, and it's that same sort of feel that we talked about before. Let us run the first Noel, the whole thing through. And after that, we'll take a little break and go to our panel. I'm going to check our tempo here. Bum, 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 bum. Good. Where we are in the tempo right now is about 4 clicks under the marked tempo. We'll stay right there right now. Then at one of our later run-throughs of this, we'll punch it up a couple clicks. We feel very comfortable with this tempo now. Okay. Ready for a run-through? Very nice. Now, later we'll talk a little bit more about the logistics of lifting the bells and when to put them back down on the table after the piece is over. I thought that was a nice run through from the rehearsal room. I'm sure those of you playing along did a great job too. So now we're going to go to our panel.
Welcome back, everybody. I hope you had fun ringing and learned a lot. John's piece is absolutely beautiful, and Alex does a great job in bringing out the musicality in it. I'd like to take a minute to introduce our ringer representatives, Carol Pickford and Andrew Schur. They're going to be asking the questions that you have from the chat, as well as some that they've made up on their own. But before we get to that, Alex, I'd like to ask you a question. I know when I did my Basic Better Best class and I saw the video, the first thing I went was, oh, darn, I forgot to talk about this. Is there anything that, now that you've seen your video and the rehearsal video, anything you'd like to share with the participants?
Yeah. Specifically, one thing that I didn't really address in the room, doing a virtual event like this is I need to sort of anticipate what the issues might be or what the certain challenges might be. And in the room, it seemed like our legato feel was really nice just right off the bat, so I didn't need to address it. But in case you're feeling at home like I'm not sure if I'm matching what it's looking like. I don't know what the room is looking like and all that stuff. I'm going to show you this with my antique handbell here, which has a very interesting sound. But you'll see that the sound of it is not great if I'm just ringing forward. This is kind of standard technique stuff. We want to make a legato sort of circle with it. You can tell that the tone is a little bit better. And so as you're playing through the first Noel especially, because it's the slower piece and you have more time to do this, something like this, it's going to look nicer and sound nicer. It's going to just provide a better performance. That's one thing I should have said.
Okay, Alex, that's great. Yeah, ringing technique is something, especially with us being in the COVID era, that we may have slipped back a few notches because of we haven't rung so much. Carol or Andrew, you got any questions for Alex or myself?
I will say one thing being in the rehearsal room. Okay. Go ahead, Andrew. Go ahead, start first.
We got one question from Barbara coming in. Do you have advice, Alex, for ringers who anticipate the retardandos? I guess. Any further advice or feeling that you can provide regarding the movement back and forth, kind of that rocking that you're looking for? And also on that note, I thought it would be good if you could add anything on, I think some of the retardandos, I don't know, might be like unexpected if you're first going through it. Yeah, just any advice.
Sure. Well, just like anything, I mean, if you're not getting it yet, it's okay. We still have a little more rehearsal and you just have to get used to the piece. But also, especially as an example, the very last note that we play in the whole piece. You've now done it 4 or 5 times, I think. And you notice that I kind of wait to give you that. And as a conductor, I don't wait up here and then do this, because if I did that, you'd have to be like, okay, go. But instead, I wait somewhere and then I kind of give a little bit of a lift into it. So all I would say is just don't anticipate, be patient, wait for it, and then prep with me as the conductor and bring it up, and then go ahead and do your nice stroke. That always helps when we're in the room together. And I think it will still work virtually to just really breathe with me on those downbeats of the very beginning of the piece and also that last note, and then fall right into it.
And to that end, when we get to the click track at the measure 67, it will go into eighth notes and helps slow you down. So you'll have the audio cue as well for that.
Yes.
Cool. Okay, Carol, you got something?
Yeah, one other thing that I noticed during our actual rehearsal, I was in the live rehearsal room. It's such a pretty and flowing melody that our tendency is to keep it all towards the quieter end of our range, if you will. There's a couple places where it's actually marked forte, specifically measure 24 when we come back into the melody, and then again at measure 62. And I thought as a rehearsal room group, we were playing so lovely and sensitively that we perhaps didn't, play those parts quite as loud as we should have to give some range in the volume. So it's not that they want to be punched or overbearing, but I would suggest to the ringers when you're doing recording, you can give it a little bit more motion, a little bit more strength during those marked forte parts.
That's a great point, Carol. And to that point, in a piece like this, forte, like you said, doesn't mean punchy, but instead it's just like you can use even more space and just more like there's just kind of more gravitas to the thing instead of extra instead of extra tension, right? We just don't want to have tension.
And I know I had gotten an email with respect to you talk about the rocking the feel that we want to have, and I actually had gotten the question of, do you want everybody rocking back and forth? So
That's
you want to address that a little bit?
Yeah. On the notes, I think I wrote, did I say? Yeah, I said it's subtle. So, but I mean, that's what I was doing on the stand there. So you had the camera on me for the most of the time. I was doing a little bit, and I think it's subtle enough. I think you can rock a little bit. Da 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 da, and then a little bit back. And then if you do it subtle, I don't think anybody's even going to notice it. If you do it really obvious, they still might not. I think that's always the rule with these kind of things on when you're on a stage or when you're performing or anything. You think you're doing something, but you got to exaggerate it to make it known anyway. So I would say go ahead, do a little bit of leaning forward if you're comfortable with it on those measures.
Okay,
and just to be
that also
clear,
goes. Go ahead.
I just want to say, just to be clear, I kind of blew by that quickly, but if you read the notes, you knew what I meant. But we just want strong measure 1, weak measure 2, strong measure 3, weak measure 4, all the way through the piece. There's just like that until measure 48. That one's strong. And then, 48 would be an even number, so it's weak. And then 49, we stay soft, and that's where the pattern shifts by a bar. Then we go strong at 51 weak, 52 strong, etc. I just wanted to reiterate that in case you were unclear about it.
Yeah, Alex,
And I know
you brought up an interesting section. Just like that whole starting kind of at measure 40, I felt as a ringer that, when you're looking at the music, the rocking and the way we crescendo, decrescendo is almost opposite of what you think when you're originally looking at the piece.
Especially in 41 and through 48 or so, that little section feels like you want a crescendo into 42, but we're trying it the opposite way to sort of give it an interesting flavor. 41, da, 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 42, 43, da, da, like that. Yeah. And then, no, that's good. So Sharon, what were you going to say?
now I forget.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sharon, we did just get a
I
comment in the chat. Again, I mean, we can take it into account for future, but they're saying the white baton on the white background might have been a little difficult to see. So good
Okay.
note. Thank you.
Good point. Now I remember what I was going to comment on. Was back in Handbell Encounters, one of the things that Cindy talked about in Basic Better Best was it's okay to move. So besides the rocking is, if you have the melody, you can move it forward, so that helps the audience see what stuff's going on. So I don't know if you have any good tips for people on that, Alex, or
I mean,
just it is what it is.
During the rehearsal, I try to mention when melody things are important, but I would say just use your own sort of intuition on that, but then allow yourself to, like you say, move more than you think. I mean, especially with a virtual thing like this, it's really cool to see, to sort of, as you're watching, your eyes pick out all the different people who are moving and it becomes a lot more kinetic looking instead of everybody just staying put, then it's not as interesting to watch. So I would say go for it. And remember that while you are important, this is Handbells, so you are part of the team, right? So that means that the people's eyes aren't on you the whole time. So you don't have to be so stressed about that. You can kind of experiment with motion a little bit.
Okay. Andrew, Carol, any other questions, comments? I guess that means
Uh,
no.
oh,
Oh,
well,
go
I
ahead.
was going to build off what Alex said, and maybe you bring it up later in our um, rehearsal, but kind of on that movement note and looking at the crescendos, I mean, everything with this piece and making it more visual, I guess. I know you had mentioned that we have a wide range of ringers probably listening into this, participating in this event. Um, so to the extent that people can challenge themselves, maybe it would be good. I think that's good advice to focus on the dynamics more or the appearance of the ringing, especially if this is on the easier end for a particular ringer, or if not, for someone that's less experienced, maybe using those movement techniques to kind of help them um, get a better sense of the piece and use those to help them get all the notes.
Yeah, and I would say if you're not feeling that movement thing, then after this is all done and before you do your recording of your individual part, just listen to the final track of what you would eventually, the one with the click track at the end. Just listen to it without trying to play the very first time, and then just do the motion and just do that. That would be really good for getting it sort of embodied.
Cool. Sorry for smiling there, Alex. I was thinking, okay, did you use the first Noel to rock your baby to sleep?
I have used that. It's one of Heather's favorite tunes too. Noelle happens to be her middle name, so it's kind of a nice little
Cool.
connection there. Yeah.
All right. Okay, couple of things, and then in preparation for Carol of the Bells, I'm going to ask Alex to teach you guys something new. But first, we got a couple logistical things to go over. We did have a glitch at the start of our game. We had the wrong link in there, so it is now fixed. But in order to refresh the description section there, you're going to have to refresh your screen, and that's the little circle up in the. For me, it's up in the left-hand corner there. Also, to encourage people to play the trivia game, the first 3 places will be announced at our watch party, and the prizes look like this. Oops, let's see. It's Christmas handbells, and then on the back, it's very, very cool. So you're going to want to do that. Please put your first and last name at the beginning of that. Because this is a first of a kind event, we'll be asking you to do 2 feedback forms. I'll send you an email right after this event because we want to know how this is going and what we can do to improve that. And there's a link down below in the description. Real briefly, Alex, in 30 seconds or so, can you show the folks your percussionist type polyrhythm thing?
Yeah. To get ready for Carol of the Bells, we don't have a lot of time. Yeah, let's save that for the next break. I think that'll be good.
Okay.
Just so we
Okay.
don't run out of time.
Sounds like a plan. So it's break time, and we will see you back at 5 minutes till the hour.
Hi, everyone. My name is John Banke. I'm the former music editor for AGEHR. I want to thank the Area 12 officers for giving me the opportunity to showcase some of my new music with my publishing line entitled JAB Publishing. Music is available in both paper and a download digital form at both J.W. Pepper and at Jeffers Handbell Supply. Just search JAB Publishing on their search engine and you will easily find the music. Because Christmas is just around the corner and this is a virtual Christmas Bell Festival, I wanted to show you a new arrangement of God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen for 3 to 5 octaves and an optional string orchestra or organ accompaniment. This arrangement also uses the tune Fum Fum Fum. You will see the bell score at the very top of the page, and underneath it, the string parts with an optional organ part at the bottom. God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen, level 3.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you're finding the music previews helpful and enjoyable and maybe found a new piece for your group. I'd like to thank JB Publishing and Agape Hope Publishing for providing those previews. We'll be working on Carol of the Bells next. And for those of you that may not have read the director's notes or the FAQs, a couple of things. There is an error in the music on measure 111. The B natural 5 should be B flat. And the B natural in 112 is correct. So the error is just in measure 111. The other thing is that we will be playing the 5-octave staves in the piece. So if you have 3-octave notes in those areas of the music, like measure 42, you don't play those. So you just play the normal written staffs, not the things that are above that. As we were laying this event out, we're going, some of us may not have rung in a while, so it might be useful for a couple of technique reminders. So we have a short video by Carol Pickford with those reminders, and she gives you a few hints about how to video your actual part for the virtual ensemble. After Carol's video, we'll roll right into the rehearsal of Carol of the Bells, so get your bells ready and have your music turn to the first page of Carol of the Bells.
Thanks, Sharon. First of all, we want to give you a friendly reminder. When working on our videos, several of us did them in the wrong format. So don't do as we did. Instead, do this. Make sure when you're recording to put your camera in the horizontal or landscape mode. For the first of our recommendations, for those of you in the lower bass, which I believe is just the lower 5th octave, you have some parts that are malleted. We would ask that you be consistent in alternating your mallets, such as right, left, right, left, right, left, right, left, not left, 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 right, left, right. We want to have a consistent look so we look like a polished ensemble, even though we'll be coming from all parts of the United States, even all over the world. The next thing we want to make sure of when we're doing a recording is the entire area that the bells are going to be is in your video recording. So if it's just you holding your 2 bells, your area can be fairly small. But if you're going to be using bells on pads, then we want to make sure the top surface of the pad is in your video so that when you put your bells down to mallet or to mort, that the audience can see what you're doing in the frame of your recording. Our next reminder is to keep your bells moving when you're recording or playing long notes. So not just a simple ringing stroke, but also for different notes that are repeated, such as fast repeated notes or a shake. Having the bells in motion pushes the sound forward, also helps to keep the group looking cohesive and a unified group, even though we are coming from many different choirs. One of the techniques that we have in Carol of the Bells is marting. So I want to talk about that both for our low bells and for our upper bells. The marts go very fast. And so if you just try to play a standard mart that fast, it sounds like a mart lift because the tone echoes for so long. So by putting your hands on the casting itself, such as this, you can help dampen the sound when you bring it up off the pad. So something like this. You do need to play with how much hand. Obviously, too much hand, not a pretty sound. Not enough hand, it doesn't sound like you've done anything at all. So play with that, figure out how much hand, how much finger you need on the casting of the bell to have the right balance between good tone and still dampening the note when it comes up. That's also true for your upper bells. So when you're ringing, same thing. You can stick a finger on the side of the bell and that'll kill the tone as it comes up off the table. Also, if you ever played marts with little bells for a long time, you know there's times when you go to hit the table and all you end up with fingers and no bells on the table. One thing you might consider to help with that is actually, if this pretend we're the edge of my foam pad against my body here, play it like this with just the casting of the bell on the foam. Put my finger on there so that your fingers don't get in the way. Do be careful that you have a nice solid piece of foam. Under a normal situation, this right here would be the lip of the table, so you want to be watching carefully that you're playing and hitting the foam and not anything else. If your part calls for marting but you don't have any pads, then go ahead and use ring touches. But make them light and keep them very close to your body so that you can get the bell back to dampen quickly. We want to make sure that there is separation between the notes, but still maintaining the correct tempo. Another technique we have during Carol of the Bells is echoes, and this does apply to quite a lot of people, not just the bass. So for example, in measure 66, it goes all the way up to the C6 bell. So do be careful, those of you in the treble clef, to go through the music and mark any places that you have echoes. So if you don't have pads, there's a few other things you can do. So a standard echo, but really any soft surface can help us create that echo. So anything with your arm, your leg, anything like that you can use to create the echo technique in our songs today. One of the other things we want to mention is when you're looking at your music, make sure that you don't have your head down. There's no audience in front of you today. You're probably looking at your phone or other recording device taped to a wall or sitting on a music stand. So be careful, don't look down. Chin up and have your eyes look down at the music. We will be playing the 5-octave version of Carol of the Bells, so when you see alternate suggestions for music, such as in measure 41, you can ignore those alternate suggestions and just play the notes as written on the primary staff. We will have all those notes covered. The last thing I would like to suggest is that after you make your first recording, go back and look. Are you in landscape mode? Are you happy with what's in your background? Yes, there's going to be mistakes your first time through. Ignore that for now. Make sure you have a pleasant look on your face, your head is not down, and that the overall construction and framing of the video is as you like it. Once you have that down, then you can work on the notes and get a great video to submit for the group. And next, I'm going to toss it back to Alex. We'll be working on Carol of the Bells. Thanks, and have a great day.
Okay, thank you, Carol, for that video. We're back with Carol of the Bells, our first rehearsal on this piece, my arrangement of Carol of the Bells. I'm excited to hear how this turns out with the sort of virtual platform that we have. It's something new and something fun for us to do. I know that you read my director's notes, so you know how I kind of want that each of these measures has a little bit of stress at the beginning. But let's just jump into this and play something a little bit, oh, thank you. Yes. Let's just jump into this and play something a little bit, oh, I don't know, maybe 3 or 4 pages of this and get used to playing it, and then we'll see what we need to do from there. Okay. Let's go about this fast for now. 1, 2, and 3. $17, $18, $3, 1, 2, 3. $39, 40, 41. Very nice, very nice. And we'll stop there. Good, good. Nice work on this. So, something that we're going to have to get really nailed down is the sense of the dotted quarter note. Please start at measure 45. I'd love to hear just the bass staff here. If you're playing at home and you're not playing in the bass, you can just listen here. Here's 45. Let's give it a shot. 45 in the bass. 1 and 2, 3. Good, good. So you just have to count it on a and of 2. 1, 2, and 3. 1 and 2 and, right? It's important that we get that together. Hark how the bells, right? We know that that's how the rhythm goes in this piece. And in 46, when you have those dotted quarters, hark how the bells, it comes on the word the if you're thinking of the lyrics of this piece. Okay, nice. Now let's do 45 again, please, and I'd love to have everybody play. 45. 1 and 2 and 3. Repeats. 70, 71. Good, and we'll stop there. Nice. So the section from measure 73 on through 78 are some of the trickiest spots for some of the positions, so I want to run that a few times. This little section also happened earlier in the piece, but it was on a page turn, so that's trickier, so let's just learn it here. It'll be easier for later if we learn it right here. Here's 73. Now this is a lot under tempo right now, but that's okay. We're learning it. Going to get it solid at this tempo. Here's 73. 1 and 2, 3. Good, let's keep going. 1 and 2 and 1 and 2 and 3. Bum, 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 bum. 91, 92, 2, 3. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 97, 98. Okay, that's going to be an exciting finish when we get that up to tempo. Nice work. I'm glad we could get that through the piece there. Okay, good stuff. Start at 101, please. 101, we have LV, right, in the C5, D5, and E flat 5, and C6, D6, and E flat 6. Everybody else ring. Same thing with 97. It's just those C, D, and E flat 5. Okay, let's try 101. This LV is going to last all the way till 109 for those bells only. Here's 101. Bum, 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 bum. 1 and 2, 3. Yes. What I'm hearing from the rehearsal room right now, at 113 is sounding great because they're giving me a little bit of accent on beat 1 like I was asking for in the director's notes. 114, same. And then 115, all the notes are accented, and that's what I heard. So let's practice the last system of music and just make sure that is really solid. Here's 113. 113, thinking about accents on the downbeat. Unless you have an accent marked, then that's all accents, right? Here's 113. 1 and 2, 3. Yeah, very exciting and very good. Now, listen, in 114, you can see in the bass that some people have this dotted quarter rhythm again. Typically, I will actually conduct that rhythm. I have not been doing it yet because I want us to just feel 1 and 2 and 3 in. But I think I'm going to conduct the rhythm for you when it happens, and that way you can get used to that. But I like to be able to switch off there. Bum, 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 bum. Anytime you have it, you can always just think of hark how the bells, or bum, 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 bum. It's that top note of that melody, and that will help us line it up. Okay, doing a great job. Let's go back to 81. We'll take this major section here at 81. Okay. So there's no dynamics marked after 81 till 87. That might be a little too boring if we play all the notes the same volume. So let's just make sure we give each beat one of each measure a little more weight like I was talking about. Here's 81. Beat 1, a little more weight. 1 and 2, 3. Echo, echo, echo. Two, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, nice work. Okay, so at home you may have noticed, well, everybody in here too, may have noticed that I'm starting to direct the measures that have dotted quarters anywhere, like in 109 and 110 and 111. I'm starting to direct those as 6/8, just directing the dotted quarters. I think that's helpful and useful for us to think about it that way. Okay, I'd like to go back then to page 8 and run 73 through 78. Let's just run this twice and let's keep it at this exact tempo. I'm checking our tempos as we go here, and in the room here we're starting to speed up a little. I'm kind of liking that, so I'm letting it happen. I think we're okay with that. But we'll stick here for now. I don't want to jump up the tempo too much just yet. Here's 73. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, 73. 1 and 2 and 3. Good. It's very nice. It's very nice. So, if you're playing in eighth notes in measure 74, like in the bass, for example, I think you can play out a little bit there. I'd love to hear that line. It's kind of like an echo of the treble thing. You can see how in the treble in 73 the notes go up, and in 74 they come down. We'd like to hear both of those pretty equally, and there just aren't as many notes in 74, right, in the bass. It might sound a little softer if we don't play it up to the nice dynamic. So let's go for it there. Here's 73. Bum, 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 bum. 73, ready, and... Good. And now, we have to observe the LVs also. In 73, there's an LV, and that's for everybody. Okay? Including the eighth notes. 75, same, right? 77, LV also for the eighth notes, right? It's not till 79 that we get ring marking again. Okay, let's do it again. 73. Bum, 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 bum. 1 and 2, 3. Two and 3 and 1 and 2 and 3. Echo. Yes, yes, good, good, good. So we have echoes on measures 90, 91, and 92 on the beat. Okay, just want to check that with you and make sure you know that those are there. All right, so far so excellent, everybody. Page 8, let's practice measure 69 through 72, and let's get into it a little by starting at 67. Bum, 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 bum. 1 and 2, 3. 68. Good, good, good. That's great. At 81, we really want to land there with a lot of force. I like to think of these kind of moments as being like the destination. We just spent a lot of time on an arduous journey in 73 through 78, and then when we get to the destination at 81, it's very satisfying to hear that. It'll also be kind of surprising for the listener to hear that because it's a new key that we're feeling there, a major key. So it's a really nice moment. We got to build toward it and feel like a nice big destination point there at 81. Okay, it's really good stuff. Can you try one more time at 67? This time I think we'll go all the way to page 10 or so. Focus on dynamics here. Focus on beat 1 a little stronger than the rest of the beats, except for when there are crescendos like 79 and 80, then we just crescendo. Otherwise, beat 1 a little stronger. Okay, 73. Here we go. 1 and 2, 3. Sorry. I said 67 and then I said 73. It's my fault. We're going to go back to 67. That's a good place to start. 67. 1 and 2, 3. Yeah, let's stop there. We'll work on that little section in a second, but I thought it was very nice in the room here at page 9, going into measure 81, a nice moment there. Did you notice that at 84 it really feels like it needs to crescendo there? I feel like it does. It's not something I had you mark on your notes before, but let's mark it. You've got a pencil handy. It's just a moment that we really want to crescendo. It's like, wait a minute, Alex, it's already fortissimo there. How are we going to crescendo? Don't worry about the details so much. Because really, if you see a crescendo there with no dynamics, I think you'll know to sort of, or you'll intuit, to sort of just back off to start the crescendo, right? We always want to start a crescendo with somewhere to go. So let's try 81 so we can practice what we just added there. Here's 81. 1 and 2, go. Nice. Good, 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 good. Yes, yes, yes. I love that. That crescendo works nicely there. I should have had it in the actual thing. I missed out on that, but that's okay. I think you guys are doing a nice job of feeling these crescendos. Okay, we're gonna go back a little bit, back to the very beginning, actually. Bum 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 bum. Okay. We're sticking with a nice, consistent tempo here. It's feeling really good here. Just measure 1. 1 and 2, 3. One and 2 and 3 and 1, 2. So we'll keep counting. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1 and 2 and 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Good. I'm going to stop there. I know we almost had a full run through, but just so we don't need to do the ending right now. So nice job there. If you are doing this, whether you're here in this room or you're at home doing this, if you are thinking about these beats and having a sort of metronome happening in your mind, 1 and 2 and 3, and as you watch me, that's what's going to make this really work. It won't really be successful if you don't have that metronome going in your mind. And then it's kind of guesswork if you don't do that. So, for the sake of us here in the room, let's start measure 77. There's something wrong with this run. At 78, it's happening in the eighth notes. Just take a look at what you got there. Somebody's off by an eighth note. It's a good chance to look at this section for everybody at 77, okay? 77. 1 and 2, 3. Ah, that's better. Ahaha. So it's like one of those things where if you observe it, it's fine. Then in the context of things, I don't know. So we better get the context of things and make sure it's all good. Here's 73. Everybody, please. Thought you did a great job with 84, by the way. Here's 73. 1 and 2, 3. 2, 3. This is a long crescendo, so we save some. Yeah, nice. So in the room here, there's somebody that's... Oh, 111. It's not your fault. It's a typo in the music. Sorry for not mentioning this before. Measure 111, the B5 should be B flat.
Thank you. This sounds awful.
Yeah, sounded weird, didn't it? Yes. So that's for everybody, not just for the room, right? Everybody's got this music, and it does have a typo on it. Make sure at measure 111, if you're playing B5, it's got to be a B flat 5. Now 112 is correct with the B natural. Okay? Now that we've made that change, we better take 109 to the end. By the way, the shaking in 109 and 112 in this room is very accurate right now, but we can do better with the dynamics. The first note, 109, loud, and then start the shake a little softer. 110 really needs to be like mezzo forte-ish, right? Not till 111 do we start to feel forte, maybe 112, maybe fortissimo. And then 113 we land on the triple F, which you're doing great. Okay, here's 109. First note loud. 1 and 2, 3. Good. And now in the room, that's okay. In the room here, I don't hear measure 114. I don't hear C4 through C5 accents enough. So if you're playing that here or at home, I think you can bring those out a little more. It's supposed to be brought out against the treble there, as you can see when you're looking at your score. Okay, but this is very good. And I'm excited about taking the tempo a little faster once we get into this at our next portion of the rehearsal for this piece. Now let's go back to page 4. The last couple minutes we have of this section of the rehearsal. We'll start at measure 9. Here's measure 9. We're going to work on about 8 measures or so, and then I'll tell you what I want. Here's 9. 1 and 2, 3. Yes, good. We went a little farther than 8, but that's because the room here was doing so well at that. I wanted to hear. If you look at measure 9, it's supposed to be forte, and then the dynamics go down to piano at 13. So we can be way more exaggerated about that. You know, handbells are an instrument where we need to exaggerate the dynamics more than we think. Typically, we think we're playing piano, and then out in the audience it sounds, soft. And we think we're playing forte, and depending on the room, out in the audience it sounds kind of soft, Not saying you have to play everything louder, but I'm just saying I need more exaggeration between the dynamics. So let's start at 9 and just really go for it at 9. That way 13 will be all that much more special at a soft volume. Here's 9. 1 and 2. Good, stop there. Yes. Start please at measure 29, and let's focus on when you get to the marks in 32, or if you're alternately playing those as ring touches, we got to be really accurate with those and not too loud, and that's going to be the key. Because if you look at 32, you already have accents in the treble, and 33, I just don't want 33 to sound so soft compared to 32. So let's just make sure 32 and 36, not too loud. Here's 29, 1 and 2, 29. Forte. Very good, very good. Okay, the last thing I'm going to say on this before we move into our panel discussion is that in areas like 34, like we've talked about, where there are dotted quarters, it's still not quite sounding to me in the room like these are really right on. So it's not enough to simply guess at it or to watch me, because I will be helping you by conducting the dotted quarters. But the eighth note constant metronome is what's going to help. So in your mind, you're thinking 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and, right? And that is how you get those really together. So especially if you're playing at home and listening to this on headphones is probably best, right? And if you're doing that, 1 and 2 and 3 and 1 and 2 and then if you place that and right there, that's how we get success with this piece, okay? So very nicely done. And with that said, I believe we have just finished our first Carol of the Bells rehearsal. Next time we do Carol of the Bells, we're going to pump up the tempo a lot. It's going to be really exciting. And so for right now, let's go into our panel discussion.
Welcome back, everybody, and thank you, Alex, for helping us start our journey on getting Carol of the Bells ready for performance here. A couple of notes. As I was watching Carol's video and the point she made about just looking down instead of having your head down into your music, that does apply in non-COVID times as well. I know I'm very guilty of that. So remember, non-COVID times, just move your eyes. It works about that. Also, before I forget, if you would be so kind to take a picture or have somebody else take a picture of you ringing, that would be great. We'd love to see it. You just send it to registrar.area12@handbellmusicians.org. So a couple of things, Alex. First off, just like I did in the first Noel, is there anything now that you've seen the video about First Note or Carol of the Bells that you'd like to bring up and re-emphasize to the group?
Yes, yes. So talking about crescendos a little bit, I just want to reiterate what I said about the crescendos. We added one at 84, but otherwise, all the ones that are in the piece, we just have to really exaggerate that stuff. When you come up on a crescendo, you have to have somewhere to go. So I'm okay with it if you kind of back off a little as a crescendo is coming up, even if it's not technically marked like that in the music, especially the last page, how there's a big crescendo that goes through the whole thing. We just want to really save it until the end. So if I'm looking at the score here in the very last page, you see how at measure 108 it gets to fortissimo, and we had a long time coming to get there, way back from like 97 when it started so soft. We just have to keep it pretty soft until like 105, then really ramp it up. And then there were some questions in the chat about how big should we make these circles in the bass when we have long notes, looking specifically at one near the beginning, which is at measure 10, or 9, depending on if you play at 9 or 10 on that long note. I would say let's just do one big circle rather than repeating, because it's going to be fast enough tempo eventually to where that'll look and sound good. And then same deal at the end. There's one really long note in the bass and kind of low treble, and it starts at 89. You have some echoes, and then you have to keep holding that note. Well, it won't really sound that loud after all those echoes, but you can do a circle starting at 93 that ends at 96. A nice big slow circle there. So that pretty much
And
answers
Alex, you only want one echo on beat 1 of 90, one echo on 91 and 92, because I had some questions of people wanting to do 3 echoes each bar, and I told them just
gotcha.
one.
No, just one typically. Yeah, when you're seeing that in a score, it's exactly how many of those hook arrows is how many echoes. Exactly. So yes.
Got it. Okay. And we talked a little bit before the break, and so we want to bring it up now with respect to the polyrhythm and what you as a percussionist, the exercise that you have to help people do that, which this sort of reminds me of the 60s. I know I'm showing my age of when people were happy with music, rock music going on. So, but that's not what you're talking about.
I am talking about the rhythm that happens a lot in this piece, right? And if you saw my director's notes, you know what I'm going to talk about here. And I'll just do a quick overview of this, but it's a hands-on exercise. Okay, so without bells, just use your hands. You can snap or tap on your table, but try with your right hand. Try with your right hand, just giving like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Well, that's easy enough. Then try with your left hand the rhythm of 1, and then on the and of 2. So it's like dotted quarters, like you see a lot in this piece. 1, 2, and 3. 1, and 2, and 3. 1, and 2, and 3. And so the trick is to try to do those together with your hands. So if you can think about this, hark how the bells, boom, 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 boom. It really, you don't have to think of two things at once. You just think of one thing, and that is both, right, left, right, both, right, left, right. Does that make sense? If you can try that with me at home, it's kind of fun. Both, right, left, right, both, right, left, right. Okay, and then what you're playing is the polyrhythm. You're playing a 3 against 2 polyrhythm. And it's a nice little challenge to try to do these kind of polyrhythms yourself. When you do that, the result is that when you play Carol of the Bells, whether you're part of the just quarter note thing or you're part of the dotted quarter thing, it will be easier to listen to other people playing the other rhythm, and then you fall into that better, and then the piece just locks in better. So maybe at the next break, we'll try reviewing that and see if we can do it again.
Yeah, that one's going to take me a while to learn. So, okay. So
That's okay. That's okay.
Carol,
Sometimes it takes a while.
Carol and Andrew, you got any questions for Alex?
Yeah, we've had a few good ones come up in the chat. One that I thought would be really good, particularly because we're filming this virtually, is do you have any suggestions for hiccups that seem to happen sometimes on the scale passages? And I think especially when we're, ringing at home by ourselves, you can't play off of another person in the scale. And I guess with speed, I don't know, would you say intense subdividing, whatever works for different people? What are your suggestions?
Yeah, I would count 1 and 2 and 3 and religiously, during those sections, and like we'll have the click track going when you record this. So you'll hear this and you just think, okay, I'm going to be on and 3 or whatever in one measure. Let's say that's your rhythm. So I just got to be counting really carefully. 1 and 2 and 3 so that you're really ready to go. And one more thing that helps is to just like get into the beat instead of like waiting for the 1 and 2 and 3 and like, uh-oh, I have to like jerk forward to play. Instead of that, just allowing yourself to like fall into it. 1 and 2 and 3, and like you're already kind of moving and getting ready. And that helps not to be late.
We had another question that came up as, do you play notes in parentheses? And yes, we will be playing notes in parentheses for this song. One thing I just wanted to mention, there's a couple places like in the rehearsal room, I had C6. There's a couple places like measure 32 where it's one of those all about me moments that we look for in bells. So I really accent those notes, and then right away, I'm 33, I'm supposed to blend with the chord. So I am putting in really quick brush stamps between the end of 32 and the start of 33 so that my C6 isn't blaring when you get into the next chord, and that happens.
That is great,
places.
Carol. I would say that's kind of a higher level thing. If you can pull it off, great. If you can't do a brush stamp that quick, it's okay. Just start playing soft, and it'll be all right. Same kind of thing that applies to. There's a moment near the end where it's like fortissimo, but then suddenly soft. That's 109. And so if you have like G4 or G3 there, if you can, that first note, you can kind of brush stamp it a little bit. If not, don't worry about it and just play soft on the second note, and it'll all come together just fine.
Cool. One thing for the participants out there, I know I have been ringing with a group in my group, and we actually wear masks, and I've fallen back into the bad habit of moving my mouth to count. We don't anticipate you having a mask on when you record your part, so make sure you do the internal counting and not the external counting there. Just a note, if you're observing right now and you decide you want to be a part of the final virtual ensemble videos, you still can. You register, you pay the late registration fee, which is only $10 more than the normal fee, and then you can submit your video recording. Next up, we have a discussion between Alex and John that you won't want to miss. And we're getting ready for break time, and we'll see you back at 15 minutes till the hour. And don't forget, play the trivia game. See you soon. Hi, welcome back. The next thing we have on tap is a discussion between Alex and John Benke. They were so kind that they talked to each other for a while, and then they recorded part of their conversation when they talk about each of their pieces and what they were trying to do in that. And sometimes hearing from the arrangers does help us as musicians bring forth their ideas. So right after that, we will roll into the second rehearsal of the first Noel. So have your music turn to the first Noel, and we'll go from there.
Well, hello. I'm here with Dr. John Benke, and we are talking about our two pieces that we are playing for this event. John and I are just really excited that this is happening, and that it's kind of a historic thing here. We get to do some festivals a lot, and Lord willing, we'll get to do more soon in person. But this kind of thing is really special in a way for us, and we'd like to share a little bit about our music. So first, I'll let Dr. Benke share about his version of the first Noel.
Well, my name's John Benke, and for years I've had multiple jobs. And I'm happy to say that now I'm just a freelance composer and organist. Wonderful thing. And I established my own little company, which is JAB John Benke Publishing, with the music being available now at JW Pepper and at Jeffers and at Sheet Music Plus. And my arrangement is the first Noel. First Noel was adapted from actually a new organ collection that I wrote. It's entitled, it has a fun little title, it's Have Yourself an Easy Advent Christmas. Have yourself an easy Advent Christmas. It just goes together perfectly. And so it's just one of 5 pieces in that collection. And it turned out it's perfect for 3 to 5 octaves of bells. It's level 2, so that the 8th notes are the fastest duration of the piece. And there's no bell changes, which is perfect today for social distancing. And you have your mass, your 2 bells, and a music stand, and you can play this wherever you think it's safe to play it, which I think is great for now. The piece begins with 8 measures of introduction. And I would have to say it's like gently falling snow. Those big gorgeous flakes that come down that you watch from inside the warm house. Then you go through the tune once of the first Noel, and then when you get to the Noel refrain, it gets louder at that point. There's a forte there. The introductory material returns again, followed by a jaunty little second theme that just transition and leads us into the Noel refrain for the last time. And this time the words, born is the king, born is the king. These are repeated 3 times, and each time it gets a little louder. And then from that climactic point, then the piece ends again gently and peacefully. And if you had to ask me to describe the piece, I'd say in 2 words, it's gentleness and peacefulness. I really hope that everybody enjoys playing it and listening to it. And I hope it'll help in this time of, chaos, to have a little peace and gentleness in our time.
Thank you, Dr. Benke. Great. Love to hear about the background of a piece, especially from the composer themselves. Speaking of that, I'll give you a little bit about Carol of the Bells. It is, and we chose them this way, the opposite in flavor of the first Noel. We have still a proclamation of Christ's birth, because there are lyrics of this, and you've heard them sung sometimes by choirs, but it's energetic and fast and vigorous, and we are running out there caroling because we just can't hold in our excitement about the good news of Jesus' birth. And what we have here in this version of the piece is something really rhythmically exciting, which I thought would be nice, considering it was written for a group which I directed a few years back called Handbells. And they were a high school group as part of a church program. The high schoolers, they like to play energetic music. So we did this. I made sure that we had a lot of rhythms that were dotted quarters against quarters in 3/4 time that I'm sure you know now that we've been working on this piece. And one thing that I thought was really neat for them was measure 81, which
is the part where you have E naturals coming in. I try to show them the idea of that being like a sudden blast of light, probably from the sky. My thought was that it would be like the star over Bethlehem, but I kind of let them imagine whatever they wanted to imagine for that. And as I was playing the sort of demo track for them before we started working on the piece for the first time, they heard that and they said, wow. But then when we got to the very end, somebody commented, oh, that got dark, because the kid goes back to this kind of scary minor thing. But when they played it, they realized it's not really as dark as more as it's just exciting and rhythmic and comes to a nice big finish. So we're excited as composers, of course, whenever we hear anybody play our music. So we thank you for being a part of this event. Thanks again, Dr. Banke, for being here.
Thank you, Alex.
And everybody,
Best wishes on the festival, everyone.
Okay, well, thank you again to Dr. Banke. I always love to hear from the arranger himself or herself about what the piece is about. And now that you have a little bit more background to that, give you a little bit more meaning of what this is about, we can jump right into his arrangement of the First Noel. And let's try for a full run through right now at the tempo, which is just a little faster than what we did at our last rehearsal. And then we'll jump into trying to fix a couple of the issues. But I know that we're going to do a great job with this and remember our rocking motions that we talked about before. So let's try a full run through of the First Noel. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. Yeah, it seems like I ended 2 bars early there, didn't I? Thank you. All right, good. That's why we practice, I guess. Yes. And thank you for watching the conductor there in the room here. We all just kind of let that happen. Good, good, good. It was very lovely. I have to say, measure 61 maybe needs just a little work. Especially, it's hard to put these retards together when we're in a virtual setting too, I think especially. So why don't we start, please, at the top of the page, 57. For your sake and mine this time, okay? And really just watch closely at 61 and just be ready for falling into the downbeat of 62 for that. Okay, here's 57. Our tempo is right on. 1 and 2, 3. Good. And that's what you'll get from me as far as the cutoff. Just a motion like this, and then a cutoff motion like that. The little nod of the head, just to make sure we're all in the right spot. Yes, nice work. Okay, so now that we've figured that out, let's go back just a bit to measure 41 and take the section here. When we always want to think of the audience here. When the audience sees this, they think, okay, we're going to hear the first Noel now played by Handbells. We want to give them what they expect while also subverting it a little bit to make it interesting and fun. So we pick an arrangement like this, which has a little bit of extra floatiness to it that we're not used to for this particular song maybe. And in the middle of the song, like in measure 41, we have a little original melody that Dr. Benke has written here. And so in these moments, it's kind of special. It makes this arrangement special. So we're giving the audience something different here. So let's kind of lean into this mezzo forte at 41 and play this a little stronger. We want to show the audience like, hey, ooh, interesting, something different. And then they're going to get their familiar melody coming back later. It's going to be very satisfying too. So here's 41. 1 and 2, 3. Good, good. And this very special moment here, you've noticed as you're playing this that Dr. Benke stretches out this last phrase. He gives us ta-da-ta-ta-ta-ta, then again, and then finally it resolves, right? And we have this real nice sense of peace there at 62. I like to think of this as like you are expecting this note to end, you're expecting this piece to resolve, and that feels like sort of the peace that we have at Christmas, the shepherds, you know, reaching the manger, and finding the baby Jesus and stuff like this. And then at the end here, you have this rocking motion continue. And that's like the shepherds, they have made it to the manger and they're seeing Mary rock the baby, right? Okay, so, and with that said, let's kind of keep that image in our mind as we play this. Starting at 50, right at 50 is good, okay? Let's do pick up to 50. 1 and 2. Good. The glory of the angels here. Beautiful sight. And now we're at the stable. I think Mary is rocking the baby Jesus here. Ooh, interesting. I like that last chord. Yeah, it's very peaceful sound there. I would like to think that at this point she has rocked baby to sleep. Maybe he was being a little fussy like babies can do, but you know, we had a nice sense of falling asleep there at the end, right? And that brings me back to measure 1 with this rocking thing again. Okay, we're doing great on time here, and I think we have it in us to do another run through. And here's what I want to challenge you to do. If this piece feels easy, well, it's definitely easier than Carol of the Bells, of course. But we can always find ways to challenge ourselves with the music if that's where we are in our own musical growth. For me, I would try when I'm playing this to try and look up out of the score as much as I can and give yourself a little leeway there, especially since for this you're going to be recording your part. So you have options here to not use a take that you don't like, for instance. I would challenge you to see if you can look up a little more than you would normally do. You probably have more of this memorized by now than you think you do, and there is no shame in trying it and then making a mistake, but it's helpful for your musical growth. So I encourage you to do that this time as you run through this piece. Just a couple more flicks of the eyes up than normal, okay? Here's measure 1. We'll probably do the entire run through here. I might stop if we need to, but I think we'll do a whole run through. Oh, let's practice our lift too. This is a good time to do that. So I'll just start like this, and this will mean hands on bells. And then lift our bells. Good. You can always watch too that I'll try to give you a little tempo here before we start. Yeah, don't be afraid to move. Good. Good. Yeah, nice run through there. Okay, how many of you in the rehearsal room and at home decided, I think I'm going to try to look up less from my score? Some of you, a couple of wary hands, yeah. And it's different when you're in the room here too, and I get that, to make sure that you want to get it right. But especially at home, I think go for it. You know, give it a shot, because if you're feeling like you got it pretty well down, then it's a good time to try to do that. Let me do something here, because we can do this, and because you are all great musicians here, right? I know we can do this. I think in this piece, we got to do something a little bit different with the melody than what I've said, in a couple little spots only. Now, I'm talking about measure 9, and 18 is another one, 17, At the beginning of the first Noel melody, we have da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, and it goes up there. And I've been telling you this whole time that it's da-da-dum, da-da-da-dum, and it goes away there. Da-da-da-da. So this rocking motion thing works with this whole melody the whole time, except for that first little ba-da-dum, da-da-da-da. We kind of want it to grow there, but only in the melody. So I think that it might be nice to do that growth there in that melody when we have it. Let's try it in measure 9. So why don't you start at 7? If you don't have the melody notes, don't change the thing. If you have in measure 9 the 8th notes, which is like the melody plus the little harmony under it, if you have those, you can grow a little into 10 even though the rest of us are backing off. It'll be a nice effect. Let's try it. Here's 7. The 7 is one of the strong measures, right? 1 and 2, 3. Strong. Dun, dun, dun. Nice. That is a subtle thing, but that's really makes it sound a little bit better there. It still has a rocking feel to it because everybody else is doing that. That you guys are kind of propelling that melody forward. And that's good. It keeps it from getting boring too, because we don't want that pattern to get boring. It's a nice pattern, but we want to keep it interesting too. Okay, such good work from you guys. Okay, I'd like to try measure 50 again. And this time I'm focusing on the dynamics that are marked in the score. We are close to getting this just right. And I know that if you're at home, you're hearing the rehearsal room here get a little louder at pick up to 52, which is great because it's marked that. And we push into that measure anyway. So all we got to do now is just be really careful with all the dynamics from 50 all the way to the end. And then we'll be really right on. Here's measure 50, pick up to 50. 1 and 2. Yeah. Now in 62, everybody's doing a great job of being very musical in the room here and playing it pretty soft, and it's still supposed to be forte. Let's try it again. Start at 60. I think we need to stay stronger at 62. Here's 60. Ready, go. Oh yeah, the dynamics were so nice in the room here. You exaggerated those dynamics a lot more, like we talked about. And that's what we need at 62. We need to stay strong. We need to trust the arranger's dynamics there. He knows what he's talking about there. Yes, it's good. All the dynamics in this piece are just right and the way they're marked in the score. And yes, it's very good. So, yes, question? After we do our cutoff at the end, the question was, then what do we do with the bells? I'll just do a downward motion like that, and then we can be done. I don't think we have to worry so much about the particulars of like after it's down, then we step back and all that. That's not as big of a deal. I think going down is the important thing, but let's practice it because we should. Here's last bar. Yeah, that looks nice here in the room, and I think that will look nice on the final product if everybody's doing that with the bells in there. Okay, good. I'm going to check our time here. Yes, we got a little bit more time, a couple more minutes for the first Noel. Kind of want to field questions right now from the room, and then, of course, we will do our panel after this. But otherwise, I think we just need to do a couple little spot checks on this, and then we'll be ready for our final run-through later. So does anybody in the room have any questions or even suggestions about some of the phrasing, the musical phrasing and things like that? Yes, Anna. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So it's 4 tight coming into that, and then when we push into 29, when we push into 29, it's da 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 30 da da 31 da da da. And so I think if we do that, that will help. I think not all of us are doing that right now in the room. Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, we need to lean into that rocking pattern there, just like we've been doing. And I think you're right that we in the room here are not all doing that in that spot of the music, so that's a good spot to look at too. The other,
Can you say the measure again?
that was measure 29. That whole system there just feels like it needs more exaggeration of 29 and then 30 softer, and then push into 31, etc. Like we've been talking about. Yes, good, good, good. That's the kind of thing that makes this really sparkle, as opposed to just playing it all the same dynamic. Okay, good. Okay, so any more questions? Yes.
In measure, well, it's beginning and also in measure 33, the beat 2 and beat 3. Can you reiterate what you were talking about there?
Yes, so in measure 33 and also measure 1, I like to have the people that are playing on the stems up treble quarter notes to do a little bit of a stronger note on beat 2 and weaker on 3. So 1 and da da, 1 and da da. That beat 3 can be so soft. It's part of the audience expectation that they would hear something like that and that it would sort of like wait and fall off like that. It's a really nice effect. We want to, like I was talking about before, with managing the audience's expectations, but then also surprising them. Moments like that are kind of special when they have this little falling quality to them. Please play for me measure 1 through about 8, and we'll just check that again. Here's measure 1. So it's 1 and 2 and 3. Yep. Strong, weak, strong, weak. Good. So for instance, if you play C6, if you're a C6 person, in B2 your D6 was louder than the C6, and in B3, measure 2. In measure 2, your D6 stronger than C. Measure 3, your C6 stronger than your neighbor's B5. That's how we want that to happen. Okay, it's really nice. I don't think we need another full run through this, and we're almost out of our time for this one, because we'll spend a little tiny bit more than on Carol the Bells, which is harder than this piece. So I'm good with that. Thank you for making this really nice and musical sounding. It's really great, and I'm excited to see what it's gonna end up like. So let's go on to our panel discussion now.
Thank you, Alex. That was awesome. And before we get started with the questions, I actually seen that Dr. Banky is on our chat, and I just want to reach out and say thanks so much for helping us with this project. It has been awesome to work with you. You get everything to me really quick, and it's just been fantastic to work with you. Don't forget, guys, that in the description section down below, we have all sorts of links. We have the donate button, we have the game button, we have the recording guidance button, all of that good stuff. The other thing I'd like to do right now, well, 2 things actually, is give a shout out to Northern Bronze in Vermont. They were one of the first groups that reached out to me and wanted to participate, so that was sort of cool to have it outside California. But one of the Ringers family members tested positive for COVID, so they got all shut down. So they don't know whether they're going to be able to do this or not. So let's keep them in our prayers, and also those affected by COVID. And just a reminder, if you have fallen in love with our Christmas handbell ornament, if you donate greater than $50 or greater, we will make arrangements to send those to you. We already have one person, Suzanne, who's going to get one of those. So, but now on to the musical questions. Who do we want to start with? Alex, you got anything you want to say in particular?
Yeah, I just want to talk about how this whole stressed and unstressed thing, even though I'm harping on it so much, the reason why I am is because I'm hoping you take that with you and do things like that to other pieces that you play. It's not just this arrangement. My best advice, if I could make it as concise as I can, is especially in a lyrical piece, sing it through before you play it, listen to it if you can find it, sing it through it as you listen, and then try and like bring out certain measures and then bring other measures back. And it just makes everything so much more musical. And you tell the group, hey, this is how we should do this, or suggest to your director. I got an idea of how we could phrase this piece, and that just makes a lyrical piece so much more lyrical. And with Carol of the Bells, on the other side of things, for a rhythmic piece, you can do a lot to accent the pulses on beat one. That's something I haven't been harping about as much on Carol of the Bells, but it's something that's really helpful. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and it just gives it a lot more vitality.
Okay, Carol, I know you and Andrew have been monitoring the chat. Is there any particular things that have come up that you want to talk about?
Yeah, I think there's been some great discussion amongst the group about finger damping, and I loved Michelle's comment that it is the door to the promised land. But that kind of goes along, Alex, I think, with all of this talk about taking advantage of this piece to try to make it more lyrical. And for those, I guess, who are able, who are interested in experimenting with different techniques if they haven't done finger damping before, kind of taking suggestions from what's been going on in the chat and trying to apply that, experimenting with damping to try to bring out different elements of the piece. I don't know. Do you want to add to anything for that?
I can add to, like, for example, someone mentioned on the last note. I don't know that it's really appropriate on the last note, because generally when you finger damp, your hands are way out in front of you, and this one we have a long note, we kind of want to make a circle. So the last note on here might be more appropriate for the group to dampen on our shoulders. But there are places, and I didn't find a specific example in here, but in another song I played for Christmas recently, there's a long LV phrase, and I play the second to the last note. So everyone else has got their bells out, and if I played it correctly with with a shoulder damp, I'd end up going like this, and it would look out of place when everyone else has these big circles. So I come out with a big circle. My note only lasts, a quarter note the longest, and then I just finger damp and continue with my slow circle, so that my movement looks consistent with everybody else. I don't look like I'm rushing a note in this long LV phrase. So that's places, especially where you're learning to finger damp, if that's something new that you want to try, concentrate on those places where everyone else has slow movements and you don't. That's a way that you can look consistent with the group, but still play shorter notes.
Cool. And perhaps maybe when we get into the Zoom meeting, Carol, you can grab a bell or whatever, and you can do some demonstration for that, because I know I've shied away from doing it because I'm scared, do it right and look awkward and all that kind of stuff. So maybe you can do some demonstration there.
Sure.
Okay. Any other comments from the chat that you want to talk about, guys?
We're not seeing too many other
things on
questions coming in.
Yeah.
That's because Alex is doing so fantastic. So, Mr. Alex, then. Because I'm sure we do have some other clinicians and directors out there that may be considering doing this for a spring ring or things like that. Can you talk a little bit about how it was to do your rehearsal development plan and how weird this was for you and the rehearsal choir?
Yeah. I will say that the difference between preparing for this and preparing for a typical spring ring type event is the idea of having to anticipate the potential issues, because you can't just react to them in the room. That's the main thing. So as you are listening to this from home, you're hearing the rehearsal room, learning from me. You're not able to hear, of course, your friends who are going to be on this later, but are doing that individually in their homes. So I would say that was the trickiest thing. It was just having to have that extra knowledge of what will happen. To me, as a conductor, the experience that I have, like planning a rehearsal, has a lot to do with just anticipating the problems that are going to happen. Looking at a piece and being like, these two measures are going to be a problem. I'm just going to start with that or whatever, you know? And so this kind of thing, I would just say it's actually pretty similar to preparing for any spring ring, except for being a little more on top of the anticipating the problems that anybody might have with these two pieces.
And especially, I know you're so used to working with the cathedral bells and LA bronze and things like that. And so remembering what I'll call it us less elite ringers may have issues with is probably a challenge at times.
Well,
So
maybe, but I mean, it's also just, it really, and I don't mean this to sound like patronizing or anything, but it really is, every group can have different problems. And so even if you are not calling yourself an advanced ensemble, you can challenge yourself, you know, with this stuff, and I can still try to find things to anticipate that I can teach you, just as if you were a less experienced ringer. Either way, you can hopefully get something out of it, and that's my goal. So.
Cool. Anybody else got anything else? One thing that I'd like to give a shout out to Marquise Usher, who is our Bay Area regional coordinator. He spent the last week or so in the intensive care. He is home now, but we want to keep him in our thoughts and prayers as well. He's done some great work while he's on the board, and so we want to get him back all healthy on that. So if there isn't any other questions, then we will see you back at 35 after the hour. And next, we will be going into a video, if I remember right, of how to record. So I'm sure that will spur on some questions. So we'll see you back at 35 after the hour.
2020 has been quite some year, and people continue to die from the coronavirus. My next piece is a musical tribute to those that have passed away. We should always remember them in our hearts and minds, and we should remember them also in our music. Here's my original tribute entitled Remembering for 3 to 5 octaves. There are also versions for 2 octaves of handbells, and for organists, there's an organ version. This piece is only available on SMP Press. Just put Remembering Benke in the search engine and you'll find it easily. Here's Remembering for 3 to 5 octaves, level 2.
Okay, I hope you're getting comfortable with the pieces and you're having a good time today. I know I'm having a good time. Couple of things. Don't forget that after this event, you will want to do your individual recording of your part and submit it to us so we can include it in the virtual ensemble video. And to help those of us that had never done this type of thing before, Brian Seaman recorded a how-to video. We'll review that video now, and we'll have a little bit of time towards the end of this workshop to answer questions. But then at 3 o'clock Pacific time, we're going to have a Zoom call set up so that we can chat face to face about any issues and help you out with that. The link to the Zoom session, again, is down in the description. It's on our Facebook page. It's on our Area 12 event page. So enjoy this video and then get ready to work again on Carol of the Bells. Talk to you soon.
Hello, and thank you for participating in Christmas Handbells. In order to help with your recording at home, please follow this video as we walk through step by step the process that you will need to record your part at home. The first thing you're going to want to do is find the best place in your home to record. Things to keep in mind while you're looking is a flat, neutral background, as much front light and as little backlight as possible. You want to stay away from walls with windows or an area where there are lots of lights behind you. You also want to listen carefully to find a quiet place to record in your house. Sometimes that will mean a room on the interior. That might include putting your pets on a room on the other side of the house for a little bit. You also want to note any external noises that you hear, such as appliances. If it is a steady, consistent noise, those can be edited out later in the editing process. So something like a refrigerator or another appliance that is running constantly throughout the entire recording process is pretty easy to deal with in the post-editing process. If you've got an air conditioning unit that kicks on halfway through your recording process, or you've got something that is inconsistent that's turning on and off throughout your recording process, that will be much harder to edit out later. So once you've found a good place in your home to record, you can start to get set up. The first thing you'll need is a table, then some foam, something to cover the foam, some bells, and finally, your music. Now that you have all of the bell equipment you need, it's time to get some of the tech set up. Probably the simplest way to record everything at home is with your smartphone. Chances are it has a really good camera, and it has a decent microphone, even though it's designed for the human voice and not really the frequencies found in handbells, but it'll at least get you started. For the best recording from your cell phone, you want to place it in a steady location. And to do this, I use objects from around the house. In this case, a cardboard box and bell hog to set up my camera. Next, if you're using a click track for reference, you'll want to get a second device that you can plug a pair of headphones into to listen while you're recording. I like to use wired headphones because there's no delay that's sometimes found in wireless headphones. I also have headphones with a long enough cable that I can kind of put it behind my back with my headphones on, and that will keep the wire out of the way while I'm ringing. I definitely have tucked wires into belt loops or run the cable up through my shirt at times just to make sure that that cable stays free from any of my ringing. At this point, you can press record on your device, press start on the playback click track file, and go ahead and ring along. A couple of specifics to keep in mind with this particular project. The concert attire should be concert black with a red or green accent. Accent means something small, like a tie or a pin. Also, both of the click tracks for the pieces in this project have a couple of prep measures before each click track actually starts. Included in that prep is a clap sound. If you could also clap in frame of your video or click your bell handles together in time with that clap, that will help us line up all of the submissions afterwards. Before you submit your final video, make sure you listen back to the whole thing and make sure that everything is recorded how you thought it was recorded. That there are no external noises like page turns, pets, no bell clinks together. Once you have made sure that the recording is like you would like to submit it, go ahead and rename the file with your position, your name, and the piece that you recorded, and go ahead and submit it to the Dropbox file included along with this recording guidance. If you have any recording questions throughout this process, please feel free to reach out to us and we'll be happy to help you along the way.
Okay, well, now that you know how to record your music, we can do our last rehearsal of Carol of the Bells. Don't worry so much about the recording. You might be thinking right now, I don't know how to do that. I've never done that before. That's new for me. I just don't want you to stress out about it, because even if you didn't really understand what you just heard, we will still be able to answer all the questions that you have at the Zoom meeting later today. So put your mind at ease and don't worry about it for now, and let's just focus on Carol of the Bells. So I would like to try playing this almost up to tempo. The tempo that I'm going to take is 132 beats per minute, which is almost to the tempo that we're supposed to have. And let's just remember what we did last time and see how it goes, and then I'll see how we need to improve. But I know we're doing a great job. All we got to do is remember 1 and 2 and to place those dotted quarters in the right spot. Okay, so let's try about this tempo. Why don't we practice our lift together? Here we go. Good, good. Now we're going to stop just so we can get ready for this tempo. That was a little slow. We kind of slowed down right at the top, so we really want bump, 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 bump. Remember how we talked about placing an accent on beat 1 on most of these measures? That will help it feel faster. When you're playing fast music, just relax. Ring like this, and don't think you have to do this so much, because that's going to wear you out real quick. So just relax. Don't worry about fortissimo so much. It's going to be loud enough. Okay, just relax. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3. Yes, let's do that much again. We have not done this fast yet, so we're going to have to get used to that, but that's okay. We're going to do that much again. Don't even worry about the page turn. We'll just do measures 1 through 8. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3. Good, thank you. All right, that feels good to me. This time we're going to do it again and go on this time, okay? Bum, 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 bum. Very solid tempo. Let's just keep that tempo the whole time. Here we go. 1, 2. exciting ending. Oh, by the way, because some of us are down with mallets or whatever, and some of us ended up, I'll just end like this, and then we'll just put the bells down if you have them up. Let's take the last little section there, starting in measure 97. I'd like to start taking this up to tempo, and we're going to do it right now. So I think we're ready for that. This is the actual tempo marked. Bum, 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 bum. It might feel a little frenetic, but remember that it really is just 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And now it's starting to feel like more of a waltz, you know, a little slower and more manageable. Let's try that. 97. Bum, 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 bum. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Da, 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 da. We are on the edge of being a little too slow, but it's okay. We're so close. The only time we slow down is when we are thinking 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. And really, we will not slow down if we're thinking 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and 3. That's going to propel us forward in these measures. Okay? Can you please give me measure 69 on page 8, and we'll try to keep this fast. Oh, it's so notey. You know, there's all these notes everywhere at 69 through 72. It's so easy to just go ba, 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 and just make it sound all punchy and crashy. And so instead, we just want accents on downbeats. Yun, da, 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 da. And then it totally solves that problem. All right, let's try. Bum, 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 bum. Right at measure 69. 1, 2, 3. Good. Good. So whenever you have 3 quarter notes in a row, like in 84, 80, 86, 88, or 80, or things like that, those are moments where we are slowing down. And then the runs from 73 to 77 are also, 78, are also slowing down a bit. And those are moments where we have to remember, bum, 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 bum. Just feel it in 1. I think me conducting in 3 is even kind of making us feel slow. So I'm going to try just conducting it in 1 now. I think you can handle it. And as you listen, on the final version of this, we'll have a click track for you. So if you're not used to hearing click tracks, that'll just take a little bit of time, but your brain will get used to it. Like I said, if we had that going in our mind anyway this whole time, it'd be really helpful. Well, you'll have that, really, as a click track. So don't worry so much about all these notes being loud, right? Let's just go for it and go kind of fast. Keep it light and relaxed. Here's measure 69 again. Okay. We conduct in 1, except for in the measures with the dotted quarters, then I'll still conduct those. Here we go. Measure 69. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm conducting in 3 again. That's better. And then the bells go down. So we'll wait for a second. So let's make sure we do that correctly, and then as you do it on the recording, that's when we're going to bring the bells down. Good, good. Yeah, I decided halfway through that it doesn't make sense for me to conduct in one. But like I said, you'll have the click track when you record this, and that's going to be even more helpful than my conducting. So, with that being said, you still should look up, right, as much as you can. It's not really very exciting to see somebody ring like this. So we'll see your smiling face. You know, we got two pieces here. One is First Noel, which is a happy piece. And then the other is Carol of the Bells, which is kind of more intense. And it's a minor key, but I still think it's happy. It's not a sad minor piece, in my opinion. It's maybe a little intense, but you can have kind of a wry smile about yourself with this piece, rather than a peaceful smile, we'll say that. So think about your countenance here, and let's try the end of this piece. It's really intense, but joyful, kind of, even though it's minor. Whatever it means to you, that's how I want you to do it, okay? So here's 109 to the end. Think about your face. Okay, here we go. 109. 1, 2. Yes, very good. Good. And listen, we always are worried about how we look when we perform as an instrument. Handbells are no exception, even more so maybe than others. We are concerned with how we look. Do we look silly? What are we, what does my face need to look like when I play? I think we worry about that too much as an instrument, and rather than worrying about it, just kind of get into it and don't worry about it so much. People aren't going to judge you and think you look silly for playing handbells. Handbells are naturally a movement-based thing. So just go ahead and get into it. Go ahead and let your face show that you're enjoying what you're doing. And it'll come through, and it'll make the performance a lot more fun to watch. So, all right. After that little sermon, I think we should run the piece again. I will stop you at certain points here as needed, because right now it's not feeling together as a group in the rehearsal room here. And that's going to help those who are playing along in the rehearsal right now if we can be a little more consistent with our final run through later being nice and consistent. All right, we're close to the right tempo. And remember, just relax. That's the big thing right now. So you've got this. Okay? Bum, 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 bum. Okay, we'll start from the beginning. We'll practice the lift. Good job there. it's very nice. Oh, it's exciting. So playing along with us here, you are noticing now probably that we are going pretty fast. And if you're feeling a little bit overwhelmed at the tempo, my suggestion to you would be to just simply kind of relax. And as we do the final performance run through, you know, since you're going to be recording this on your own, feel free to just listen to that a few times and just kind of ghost ring instead of worrying so much about having to get it right away, even though you've practiced with us. And that'll just put your mind at ease a little bit about this stuff, because it's fast, but it's exciting. And if you relax, it won't feel so fast. Let's go to page 8, please, and start at measure 73. After this, we'll do a full run through again. This is one of the trickiest spots to get really clean here, so we're going to focus on it. Bum 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 bum. 1 and 2 and wherever you land on there, just kind of come in and not too loud, right? And not too tense. Here we go, 73. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. Start at 77 for me, and if you have one of these eighth note lines, just da 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 da, just kind of nice and light there. I mean, it's forte, but you don't have to be that loud. It's the only thing going on. Here's 77. 1, 2, 3. Aha, yeah. Da 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 da. A next level thing to think about, if you're ready for this, would be to just make sure that the offbeats aren't too loud. So da 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 da. You play like F7, for instance. If you're playing F and E7 to get, both, and you're playing them the same volume, it sounds kind of like da 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 da. It'd be better if it was da 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 da. And that means playing beat 2 a little bit louder. It's kind of a next level thing, and it's not super necessary, but if you want to do that, it'll make it sound a lot better. Here's 77. 1, 2, 3. Oh yes, it's so good. That's so good. And every time we have these eighth notes, da 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 da, rather than da 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 da, because when you just have this ba 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 thing, it's just not pretty. But when you have da 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 da, it's prettier. The difference between those that I just sang is that I put a little extra emphasis on the beats, right? We already talked about putting extra emphasis on beat 1, and now if we pay attention to it, it's like kind of the icing on the cake there. It makes it sound really nice. Let's try starting at 69 so you can see what I mean. This is for especially the top position person. Bum ba ba, right? So the and of 2 could be a little softer from this person. Here's measure 69. 1, 2, and 3. Repeat. Yeah, a little intense here. We need a little intensity. And then the bell's down. Good, good. So what's really exciting about this arrangement is page 10, where we have such a like release of energy at 89, and then it fades, and then we think it's over because Carol of the Bells melody usually ends there. It ends at 93. It's that little bum 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 bum, and then in the choral version, if you guys know that, that's kind of the end, except there's one last little like boom at the end or whatever, and that's it. And then we're going to give them, like I talked about audience expectations, we're going to give them something that they didn't expect, which is this like kind of intense and electrifying ending here. So because of that, we need to like shift gears at 97 instead of like feeling all open like this. Now you can start to get a little more tense. I told you no tension before, but here I think you can at least show it, and it'll be more exciting that way. Just don't let it slow you down too much, but that's what I would like. By the way, in the room here, 93 through 95 sounds great. It's very solid. If you're playing at home and you have those high bells from 93 to 95, you just keep listening to what we're doing here and following me, and I know it's going to go just fine. Sounds really nice. Okay, let's go back to the top. Hey, if you think about one thing during this run through right now, just think about dynamic contrast this time. Let's see if we can make those dynamics just feel way more contrasting with each other, especially when we have big crescendos. Okay. Let's do a nice run through here of Carol of the Bells. Yeah, really, really nice here. This is the best it's felt so far, which is very appropriate because it's our, most recent run through of our rehearsal. But one thing I found in the room here is that we are really locking into the right tempo now. A couple rushing things are here and there, and we fixed them. But the room feels locked into this tempo, which is good. And hopefully that means a consistent tempo for those of you at home when we do our run through, and we'll sound really together that way, and you can really lock into the click track as you hear it when you are performing this with your recording. That is basically it. I think I want to do one more thing on Carol of the Bells. It's not a full run through because I don't think we need it, but there's a section that I just want to be careful about, and that is pretty much close to the beginning. It's measure 9 and through like 25. So those of you that play eighth notes here, especially near the bottom of the page, this is where it's a little tricky because there's not a lot else going on. So you have to rely a lot more on your internal clock and for this, the click track. And so let's start at measure 1. Once we get to like 29 or so, I think we're solid, and we just need to make sure that it's really together tempo-wise before that. So measure 1 through about 29 or so. Here we go. We'll practice the lift 2 here. So you're seeing I'm giving you the tempo. I'll try to give you several bars of this with obvious downbeats so you can kind of get the flavor of it. Yes, that's great. That's great. You got it. You got it. Sounding really nice in here. Thank you. Thank you for your hard work on this. After this next panel discussion, we'll be ready to record these pieces. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alex. That was great. At this point in time, I'd like to introduce Brian Seaman. He's the lucky individual that gets to take all our individual parts and put them into a fabulous virtual ensemble video. So we're going to address music questions first, and then if we have some questions for Brian, we'll answer those. What I'd like, Alex, if you would be so kind as to sort of just cruise through Carol of the Bells start to finish, and any of the notes with respect to doubling or LVing and not LVing, if you can sort of review those for folks so that they can mark them in their music, that would be great.
Sure. So let's start at the beginning of Carol of the Bells, just as a run through, and this is for everybody's part. I'll talk about some treble doubling, but I'll also talk about LVs for everybody, just to make sure we're all on the same page, so to speak. Looking at measure 9, we have an LV marking, and that's for everybody, or I'm sorry, it's for the treble, right? And then it's going to last all the way till 25. It's not very clearly marked on this score, actually, but it really is supposed to be just the top stems up stuff there. Just the bum, 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 bum stuff until 25. I think that's pretty intuitive, but then it gets a little trickier down on page 5, measure 37. Sometimes we forget to do the LV there. I've mentioned that before a little bit. 39, another one, and that's for treble and bass. 37 and 39. 41, another one. Then 43 ring. Now 45, you should double the top note. Later it'll be a different instruction. I'll show you what I mean. 45 to 52, double the top note, right? 53, LV, same thing where it's for just the top people, stems up, right? And then 65, stems up again, 67 ring, that's pretty clear. Now at measure 69 through 72, both times through, again, top note doubled, right? That's another thing to watch out for. 73, kind of like the previous part, we have these LVs again. I would just circle those if you find yourself forgetting them. In 81, just so you're not confused, that's a different instruction for the doubling there. We have all the upstem notes doubled. So at 81, that might be interesting if you play C7 and haven't noticed that. Because it, for instance, beat 3 of 81, you're supposed to play C7. It doubles the C6. Now, if you've never done that and it's too late to learn that and you're kind of freaking out about it, honestly, it's not a big deal to leave that out. Somebody else is going to play it. However, try it and challenge yourself. You should try it. And then if it's really going badly, then don't worry about it, of course. But just please do note that at 81 through 87, all the top notes are supposed to be, the stems up notes, right, are supposed to be doubled. Except 86 and 87, you see little tiny asterisks there, and that's a very particular thing. But if you play the very top spot, you're not supposed to double those. You can see the footnote that talks about it. And then 89, LV on the top. All good. Ooh, interesting. I guess the LV continues, but I don't know if that's really what I was intending. But on those high bells in 93 through 95, I mean, technically, where our LV is supposed to be still going there, but I would just ring those. I think that's what everybody's doing. It doesn't matter that much because they don't last long. And finally, one big LV that starts at 97, and it's just for C, D, and E flat people from C5 up. And just read the footnote there in case you don't know what I'm talking about. It continues from 101 all the way on. We go all the way to 109. And at 109, no more LVs till the end. And then one last little thing at the very end, which is I had a couple questions about. Should I ring touch or mart if I'm in the treble? Well, just look really closely and you'll see the directions of the stems are different. So if your stem's down, you mart. If your stem's up, ring touch. It'd be hard to see if you're not looking closely. Yes, and I think that's it for my little run through.
Cool. I appreciate that. And Carol, I know what one of your pet peeves is when you get a piece of music that somebody else has rung and their markings are all over the place. You want to comment a little bit about, this piece that's goes sort of fast, how you would
Right.
mark it?
It does go fast. And so I really recommend, first thing I do in something this fast is if there's words, I translate them into symbols. So for example, let me find that place. In measure 101, the word crescendo is there. So I just put my hairpin right on top of that. I also recommend if you're at the extreme end of one of the clefs, so for example, you have the very high bells or the low bells, and the markings are not near your notes. So for example, 108, if you're playing up at the top end and it says double forte in the middle between the two staves, put those markings up by where the bells are that you're reading, because you aren't, especially when something's going by fast, you're not as likely to look at the whole staff and catch all those little markings.
Okay, and Andrew, you got any comments or questions for Alex on this final run through?
We're not getting too much in the chat, but I did think it would be good also to go over the echoes. I think we had a couple comments on just technique with the echoes and making sure. I mean, you don't need to bring the bell, I guess, all the way up. When you do an echo, you can keep the handle horizontal to the table. Any other comments? Any other musicality comments, Alex?
That's a great point. We're talking right now about the echoes in measure 90, especially, is since there's 3 in a row and they're on the downbeats, you don't really want to bring it up between them. That doesn't really make sense, and there's not enough time. So I would just leave it horizontal, and then in 93, where there aren't any more echoes, but you are supposed to continue that rung note, that's when you can bring the bell back up without ringing and make a little circle. Or I should say, actually, it's a big circle for 4 measures. Just one big slow circle like we talked about. And I know some of the chat people were saying that I was moving really fast through those reminders, and it's true. I blew right through it. But it was mostly just because it's all what's already in the music. So they're just reminders, but things are as written.
And Alex, I thought I'd add with the echo section that it is important, I think, for everyone to get that forte in measure 89 to actually bring out all 3 echoes such that we can get a good echo sound in those 3 measures while still leaving enough sound in measure 93 to carry through another 4 measures.
Yeah, that's a great point, Andrew. And along with that, just timing those. Sometimes we're so careful when we time our notes, but then we just kind of plop the bell down on the table. But we should really time the echoes exactly on beat 1. It's a very cool effect when echoes are timed perfectly. So next time you play, just kind of think about that when you do those echoes, if you have those notes.
Yeah. One other comment I noticed that we did in the room is on the very last note, the ring touch or mart is, after, especially on the mart people, put your hand on the bell right after on the actual casting and get the tone damped out. We actually had people on some of our final recordings running around the room and helping people damp bells, so that's a very clean, end right on that last note.
One thing I did want to add is that I hope everyone's having fun playing these pieces, because I think this one in particular is really fun. And kind of building on what Brian had talked about with filming, also keep in mind, there isn't the pressure of a live performance with this. You can film as many times as you want. And so try to have fun with it and look like you're having fun. Or with the first Noel, kind of reflect the emotions of that piece and just kind of play around since you have the opportunity to do so, and as many times, as many takes as you'd like, I guess.
Cool. Yeah, it is. I do sort of like Carol of the Bells, because Alex, you tell us that towards the end we can look intense. Now, for me, I look intense all the time when I'm ringing. So, but at least my facial expressions will be appropriate for
There
at
you
least
go.
10 bars or so. So, cool.
Yeah.
Since we did show Brian's video and things like that, Brian, I'll ask you the same question I asked Alex. Now that you've seen your video, is there anything in addition that you want to share with the folks out there as they're getting ready to think about reviewing their parts?
Sure. And one thing, and because a lot of people I've noticed in the chat are asking about page turns and things like that. And one additional aspect of the page turns to think about is how audible your page turn is. So if you get this, when you go and record your music and actually get that audible page turn, if you're doing, like, especially in Carol of the Bells, where a lot of, because I just saw ENF 6 ringers asking about 88 to 89, you want to, over the next couple of runs of these pieces, try to work at getting those page turns as quiet as possible, which might mean you need to take a little bit more time on those page turns. And so trying to figure out a way that you might need to do something a little bit differently than you would if in a live performance, because the microphones absolutely will pick up page turns. And I can do a little bit of editing magic on super loud page turns, but it's a lot easier if they are not there or is not as audible as the bells. Shaggy asked about a recording, for the recording, is it okay to play a little bit louder than normal so you can balance audio more easily? As long as all of the dynamics are relative within what's marked on the score. And as Alex mentioned before, handbells are definitely one of those instruments where you can over-exaggerate those dynamics. And as long as they are all relative, I will then go and balance them in. So I don't worry about playing much louder or much softer than what you would if you were playing in person, as long as it is actually your fortes are louder than your mezzo fortes are louder than your mezzo pianos.
There's been a couple of comments, Brian, with respect to the 6 feet, and basically, is it okay for whether or not, if you see them walking over to the table and picking up their bells and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, so I will absolutely trim out. I would rather have a video that's too long, and I will trim off the excess. And same thing with the framing. I'd rather have you like framed even a little bit back, and I can zoom in on you, rather than the video starting too late or cutting off too short. I can definitely trim those out, and yeah, it's totally fine to include that couple of seconds of you turning on, then walking back around, and same thing at the other end, as long as you are, especially at the end of the piece. I know this was in the recording guidance, to kind of freeze, slowly count to 5 in your head, and then move, as long as you don't just like mark the last beat of Carol of the Bells, then run around the table to turn off your camera.
And I know I had some email questions before we started today with respect to that. You know, yes, it's good practice to wait until the director brings the bells down, and everybody does that together. For this recording, all we're asking you to do is, do your ring touch on Carol of the Bells. Don't count 5 in the speed that we're doing Carol of the Bells. Count to 5 slowly with a pleasant look on your face, and then Brian will do his magic for that.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to think the other fun that we've had. Down in the description is a link to the recording guidance section of our event page, and on that page you will find the click tracks. You will find 3 versions of the recording guidance. You'll have the long version, which is for detail-oriented people like me. You have the condensed version for those that may have done it but want to know the details of it. And then we also have Brian's how-to video. There is also a link to the Dropbox. So once you do your recording and you're all happy with it, you're going to put it in the Dropbox, and then I'll look at it, make sure you've paid, and then ship it on to Brian so that he can put you into the virtual ensemble page or video on that. Did I say that all right,
And
Brian?
Sharon, should we also,
Alex?
and Brian, should we just remind people what to wear for the video recording? Just because I thought there was a little bit of
yeah, I saw the thing about a red and green Santa hat as accent. So for those of you that may not have read the notes, our 2 virtual ensemble pieces are going to be a part of the Pasadena Symphony's Home for the Holidays concert. So you can actually put in your resume, I've been a member of the Pasadena Symphony, if you want to stretch it a little bit there. So in light of that, we want you to be in concert black. So those of us that have been wearing PJs and sweats for 7 months because of COVID, this is the time to break out your concert black. As I say, put on the war paint for the women. Put your mascara and lipstick on, and we really want this to look and feel like it's Christmas Eve in a very special service, because it's going to be for some people. And also a reminder that participants are going to be able to download videos, and we have made arrangements with Hope Publishing and JAB Publishing that you will be able to use these in your church services with no licensing issues. So I know here in Orange County, we're back in purple. And so some of our bell choirs, we just finished doing all of these non-Advent pieces, and well, now we're not rehearsing anymore. So these pieces can be used to help with that as well. So does that answer it, Alex? Did I miss? Oh, the red and green accents. When I said that and we made that rule, we're talking like a red tie, the 10 tab green, sort of stuffed in, not totally all over the place. Red bell earrings, that kind of stuff is what we had in mind. Again, because our videos are going to be used for Pasadena.
Yeah,
Sharon,
I was trying to get away.
Yeah. I'm just looking at
we
the
did
chat.
have one other thing from the chat regarding music risers. If either of you want to address that, what do you think? As long as people's bells are still showing, or are you trying to keep it still
as long as
lower?
we could actually see your ringing motion and your bell ringing is in frame the whole time and not hidden behind the music riser. What we don't want to see is like your music riser and then you look like what's that cartoon? I'm too young for that.
I know
the guy
which one
looking
you're
over the
talking
fence. Yeah. I'm too young for that reference, but yeah, as long as we can actually see you and see your bell ringing, the riser is fine. But you might need to adjust your camera angle in order to get yourself in that shot.
Alrighty, so we're on the home stretch. Yay! After the break, we're going to get to run through the pieces 3 times. Once as the performance version, twice with a click track. So turn your music back to the first Noel, and we will return at 25 after the hour.
Area 12, I wish you a very successful virtual Christmas Bell Festival, and thank you for the opportunity to showcase my music. To finish, I'd like to present a jaunty and jazzy arrangement of the classic hymn, Just a Closer Walk with Thee. This is a level 3 piece with a fun malleted bass part. So if you want to make your bass ringers happy, here's one for you. Just a Closer Walk with Thee, 3 to 6 octaves, level 3.
Okay, well, that was a little short break. We're trying to get timing down here. But so as I said, we're going to have an opportunity to ring the pieces 3 times. This first time, it's basically going to be a performance type situation. So you'll get to see Alex and sort of put your mindset on that you're at a spring ring and you're all in your fancy duds and all that good stuff, and you're going to be performing for an audience and everybody else there. So let's do the first Noel, the performance run through.
Area 12.
Thank you, Alex. That was so awesome. And I'm sure everyone at home is really comfortable with this piece and doing very well. We're going to run it again, this time with the click track. And the click track will be on top of what you just performed with. So the click track will start with 2 bars of clicks, so 6 counts. And there is actually a clap, or drum clap, I think it is, on beat 1 of the second bar. The expectation is that when you record for real, that you'll make a noise on beat 1 of the second bar so that Brian can sync everything up. I know this click track thing is a little bit new to some folks, and I know it took me like 3 or 4 times listening through another piece that I had to do to figure out what it's all about. So if you want, you can just listen through this one and figure out what's going on and then join in if you want. One other note, or a couple other notes on this is, in measure 67, the clicks go to 8th notes to facilitate the retard, so you'll hear that. And also on the final chord, you will hear 1 click and then like 5 beats of silence, and then another click to signal when you should damp. So the first version, our first run through of the first Noel click track.
Click track in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, I hope everybody got the understanding of what's happening with the click track, and um, the actual performance music is a little bit softer because you should be concentrating on the clicks and ringing in time there. We're going to do this again. So turn back to the first page of the first Noel. This time, what I'd like you to do is practice making a noise on beat 1 of the second bar. And how I have found, because coordination of me lifting, making a clap, lifting up my bells and getting ready, that's too much for me. You are allowed to basically click the handles together, and that makes a sufficient sound for Brian to get everything synced up. Be careful, don't clap your bells together. Been there, done that. So that's not a good thing to do. This time, to truly simulate what you're going to be doing when you record, you won't see Alex this time. All you're going to hear is the clicks. And there will be a, as there was in the past one, there'll be a countdown so that you know when the clicks start. All righty, so this is the first Noel with just the clicks.
Click track in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Awesome job, everybody. Take a breath. And actually, let's stretch one more time before we move on to Carol of the Bells. My kids group love what they call the dinosaur stretch, so let's do that. Put your elbows up against your rib cage. Put your hands up like they're little dinosaur hands. Take your thumb and move it all the way over. Take your fingers and put them down one by one, stretching, stretching. Now move your wrists and stretch those out, and then slowly move your forearms down to your side. And then go ahead and roll your shoulders a couple of times, get the kinks out. All right, so we're ready for Carol of the Bells. As I indicated earlier, the links to the click tracks are available on the the Christmas Handbells recording guidance part of the event webpage. They're also down below in the description. The Dropbox link is also in that section. So let's turn to Carol of the Bells and get ready for that. And as you're doing that, I'll remind you this event, this workshop, all 4 hours of it will be available on the Area 12 YouTube channel where you're at right now. And you can use this link until midnight Pacific time on the 27th. So if you've missed something or you want to review something or you have a friend that you want to say, hey, you've got to do this, you can have them come along and review the workshop. Okay, just like we did for the first Noel, we're first going to do our performance version of Carol of the Bells, so it won't have the click track. Good luck. All right, great job, everybody. Now, I confess, probably people over 50 are the only ones going to get this. Romper bomper, stomper do. Tell me, tell me do. Magic mirror, tell me today, did all my friends have fun at play? I see Bethany Watt and Richard Crawford, Annika Pearson and Fran Sanders all had fun today. And I hope you have had fun today. Those under 50, go look up Romper Room in the event and you'll understand what that's all about. So now we're going to run this Carol of the Bells again, but with the click track. So you'll get 4 bars of quarter notes before starting. The click track will stop with the ring touch at the end. So remember to slowly count to 5 after the ring touch prior to moving. All right, so Carol of the Bells with the click track.
Click track in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Awesome job. So you know the drill by now. Turn back to the beginning of Carol of the Bells, and we're going to run it again with the click track that doesn't have the video in it. While you're turning your music, I'll remind you to complete the feedback form for this portion of the event. Note on the feedback form there are some questions that the best answer is 5. It's on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being too short, 10 being too long, 5 just right. So we do appreciate that, as many areas are considering doing virtual spring rings and maybe including the master rings. This will help them as well as help us of how we can improve these types of events. So you will be receiving an email after the workshop, and also they are in the description down below. You do have till midnight tonight to finish the Christmas handbell quiz, and there are prizes at stake. And remember, this time you won't see Alex. All you'll be hearing is the click track. So Carol of the Bells, click track.
Click track in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, we're back, and you've made it through. Why don't you give yourself a pat on the back? That also helps stretch out your triceps there, because everybody has done a great job today. I don't know about you, but I haven't rung for 4 hours in a long, long time. So you probably need to do some twisting and turning and things like that. If you have any questions, please put them in the chat. Remember that at 3 o'clock, we'll have the Zoom meeting. So if between now and 3 o'clock you come up with some new questions, join us for the Zoom session. If you have been observing or been a looky-loo today, you can still be a part of the final product. Just buy the music, register, pay, and submit your video. So I don't see a lot of questions going on, so I'm going to start with Andrew and ask him, okay, now that you've seen this event, what do you think?
I've actually really enjoyed, I've enjoyed participating in it, of course, but I think one of the fun things is, just being able to watch Alex as a director, who I've rang with multiple times, but it's kind of a unique experience to just have a lot of the camera angles focused on Alex, and kind of getting a better understanding of what he's trying to get out of ringers with his directing style. And I think it's easy, or maybe easier when you have them as close as the screen makes it, to kind of get some of that out of this virtual event.
Yeah, I've enjoyed. For those of you that know Scott Liggett, the last time I was in a spring ring down in Escondido, he was in front of me. So, he's big, football player size kind of thing. And so it was sort of nice to be able to be up and close and see Alex with nobody in between us, if you will. Carol, any thoughts?
I'm looking forward to actually doing the recording, because I like that I now have options. I played in the choir, that obviously did the video we presented today, but I was given that part, and what I'm going to submit for the final version is a totally different part. So this is kind of fun, that a lot of times in a choir you're told what to ring, and in this particular instance you can choose what you enjoy most, and if it's something way different and then it doesn't work out well, then don't submit it. Try something, challenge yourself if you want to, and if it's great, then submit it and have fun doing the process.
Cool. Brian, I've been noticing in the chat there's a few few questions or comments. One of them
Especially
was
with the
why not?
click track.
Yep.
Yeah, why not use the video?
Yeah.
The Alex version of the click track.
So yeah, you can certainly, as far as which click track to use, both of them are up there with Alex and without Alex. If you've got the technology to be able to watch Alex on one screen, have the click track going, and record yourself, and have all that room to set up, that's totally fine. And especially like somebody asked before about the end of First Noel. Because with Alex's cutoff, it's a lot easier to watch if you're watching that visual cutoff instead of just waiting for the click. So if you've got the technology and got the devices to be able to set that all up and be able to see Alex, you can totally record to that. It's the exact same click track as the audio only. However, if you are short on devices and already have one recording and something like you're playing on your the click track on your phone in your pocket with headphones or something, that's what the audio only click track is for. So yeah, you can absolutely record to either one of them. They're both the exact same click track, or at least the audio portion is the exact same. Somebody also asked about the prep at the start of Carol of the Bells. There are 4 measures total of prep, and the snare drum sound for the clap is on the start of the third. So you get 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 3, clap, 2, 3, ready, and go.
Cool. Brian, I know you during our committee phone calls and things like that, you said, my stuff comes at the end, but you've been involved in this process and things like that. You've got any final thoughts?
Yeah, no, this has been a lot of fun, and I love, first of all, I love being able to, I'm not in Area 12 at all, but still being able to be part of this event. And so I like the virtual aspect of this, and I know we've got ringers from literally all over the world who are participating in this. So I think it's a really cool event and get a chance to kind of work with
other handbell ringers from around the world that we wouldn't get to do if this were an in-person event. So it's a really cool thing. And then I would say that as the goal for this whole event is for everybody to just have fun. So I wouldn't, when you get to actually recording, don't stress out about it. Just have that be your fun performance. It sounds like a lot of tech talk, but it's not. Once you actually get into going and doing the recording, it's not as intimidating as it sounds. It sounds, when you go through and look at all the directions written down, it looks like it's a lot of intimidating kind of info, but it's really not. And I've done the same thing with my church handbell choir, who is definitely not the most tech savvy. And they were a little bit hesitant at first and saying, well, are you sure we're going to be able to do this? And then after they finished their first recording, they're like, oh yeah, this was actually not bad at all. So my advice is to just at least go for the recording. The beauty of recording is that you can do that as many times as you need to get a good recording of this. So if you go through the process once and then watch it back again or listen back and I could do this a little bit better, you've got the opportunity to do that where you wouldn't in a live performance. So take advantage of the fact that you've got a little bit more time and can really work to perfect it.
And I was going to bring this up a little bit later, but what I would suggest is, after this workshop, for those of us on the West Coast here, it's going on 1 o'clock, so our stomachs are probably growling, maybe to the time of Carol of the Bells. Get yourself some food and then play with it a little bit. Try and set up a recording thing and figure out, okay, and things like that. And that's the reason why we set up to have the Zoom call at 3 o'clock, was to let you play with it a little bit and then come on the Zoom call. You don't have to do the Zoom call if you got it all wired. But if you have questions about the music, you have questions about recording, you can jump on the Zoom call and we can be face to face. We can share screens and do all sorts of stuff to make the recording process as easy as possible. I will.
Sharon, could you remind? Oops, sorry.
I was going to fess up. I'm at fault for all the detail because I asked many questions on it. So that's why we ended up with the condensed version and the long version. So those of us of a certain age and/or a certain engineering mentality like the details of do this here, do this there, and that kind of stuff. But it's really not that bad. After I went through it a couple of times, I actually did a take. I did a recording in one take. So it is possible. It is possible to do that. So Brian, you had something?
I was gonna say, could you refresh people when the videos are due? Barbara got it in the chat, but it's due on midnight by the 27th is when the videos are due.
Yes, and that's midnight of Pacific time. But for those that don't know, Brian is on the East Coast, so that's 3 a.m. East Coast time. But
and I will not
Brian
be starting to work at 3 a.m. So
I was going to say, Brian has told me that he's going to sleep in on the morning of the 28th. So, there is a little bit of flex there, if you will. Also, there is a naming convention that we would like you to use, which is basically, if you're ringing C6, D6, D7, it would be C6 underscore your last name, your first initial underscore, and whichever piece it is, with Noel or Carol. And that way we can get them in the right spots and that kind of stuff. That will help us out there. I think we have a little bit of a surprise for you if Derek is ready, and then we will come back and finish up here. So Derek, you ready? Okay,
Nice to
so
see
it's
some
really
people.
cool. Yeah, and actually Connie lost her dad recently, and so she says this has been a real blessing for her. Cool. Area 1.
Yeah, Carlene's up in New Hampshire, I think.
Kathy?
Outdoor ringing.
And ex-registrar, so she knows the fun I've been having. Oh, that
yes,
I love.
I know that view very well.
And this is my group. They practice in my garage. Miss Linda, who's been monitoring the chat for us and has been our contact with Pasadena. All right. So, and if you have, and if you would be so kind to take pictures and send them to us, we'll probably put them on Facebook, but then we'll also want to keep them for our Area 12 scrapbook and Area 12 historian part of it. I would really, really like to thank the committee. They have been awesome. You know, venturing into new territory is always a challenge, and they've jumped up to the challenge. And when I've asked them to do some different things, they've jumped on board and done that. So I appreciate that very, very much. There was 13 or 14 ringers that came together on the 7th of November and rang and was our massed choir. And I don't think we could have done this event any other way without them. So there's that. Alex, I can't thank you enough. It's been awesome to work with you. Andrew, thank you for jumping on the panel. John Banky has been great. You'll see all these guys' names in the credits, and I would ask you to, just spend a minute and watch the credits. I don't know about you. In the movies, I jump up and get out of there, but it would be appreciated if you watch the credits, because it really does take a village to put this kind of thing on. And I'd also like to thank you guys, the participants. This started out for me as watching the American Lutheran Church musicians people do a virtual ensemble on Pentecost. And I saw singers, and I saw violinists, and I saw instrumentation, and I'm like, where's the handbells? And so, well, they didn't think about handbells. And so, well, we made our own, and it's going to be better than theirs. So, like I said before, go get some food. Perhaps try and record your part for practice. Finish the handbell quiz. And then if you want, join on for the Zoom call. So if I don't talk to you before then, I look forward to seeing everybody on the 6th for the watch party. And you'll be getting an email with those links. Happy ringing, and have a happy Thanksgiving, no matter how you're celebrating it. Take care.